From the Lone Star State of Texas, we say good evening, sim racing fans, to Texas Motor Speedway as we go road racing for the XCAL Racing Web Shop 240. Left and right turns in the infield of the Great American Speedway will duke it out for 275 laps. So glad you could be joining us on that one track I have messed up on in the past alongside Doug Byrne working the buttons. I'm Marty Sakala. Well, Doug, we are at Texas once again, but this is the completely different version of Texas that not a lot of drivers get a bunch of track time on all season.
You know, last year when we were on the Texas road course, we were out on the big Roval part of it, and it included this, plus the oval and a few other tricks up its sleeve, but this tightens up the track. It's a much, much shorter track, and it's going to make for some close racing. And if there's any chaos out there, you run into the distinct problem of sliding across that infield onto the other side of the track. Could cause a problem for somebody.
Absolutely. It could either turn into some incredible racing or it could turn into mayhem tonight. Well, let's meet some of the drivers you will be seeing in the field here. The first driver we'll be talking with is the driver of the number 96, Mason Foster. Mason starting from 13th position tonight. Mason, you've been on a tough string of luck here, my friend, in these past couple of weeks. You've come oh so close to winning some of these races, and you've had issues at the same time. Like, for example, 23rd place finish last week at Nashville, and you were up front for majority of the race. What is it going to take to get the win here today?
I'm going to say a lot of luck going my way this time. There's a lot of fast guys in here. I don't have the pace to keep up with some of them. I don't really know how the strategy is going to play out because that final stop is going to be kind of tricky. Some people are going to save, some people aren't. Just try and hang on, get as little X's as possible, and be around there for the finish.
All right, well, we're wishing you the best of luck tonight, man. Hopefully we'll see you in victory lane.
Thank you, Marty.
That's Mason Foster, who starts from the 13th position tonight. Second driver we'll be talking with is Adam Gilliatt. Adam will be starting from position number... He's starting outside the top 20, starting from... Adam, I can't find you here on my map. Where are you starting?
Adam? Saying Adam?
Yes.
I believe I'm starting 8th.
Yep, I got you now. You're starting 8th. I saw Jeremy, but I saw Adam. So, you've been having some fun these first couple of weeks here in XCAL Racing. Just talk about the positives you've had since making your debut about a month ago.
There's definitely been some positives. I'm learning how to run these longer races, and I'm starting to get where I can work on setups a little more and make them a little faster. So, I mean, as we go, I should tend to... Hopefully, I'll get a little faster the more I run.
Talk about racing with Jeremy.
Oh, it's fun. We always have fun racing together, whether it's officials or in here. It's always a good time.
All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck tonight, Adam. Hopefully, we'll see you in victory lane for the first time.
I hope so.
That's Adam Gilliatt driving car number 95, starting from 8th position tonight. The third driver we'll be talking with here is Matt Pelletier, and Matt's a guy that can actually make his mic work compared to another Matt. But Matt, let's just talk about this race here. You're starting from 20th position. How do you approach this race starting from midfield? Do you want to just try and be patient and just duck and weave through the drivers ahead that make mistakes? How do you approach this race today?
Well, I think my nickname Mid-Pack Matt will come into play here with the starting position. I don't know. I think patience is key here. I'm not much of a road course driver. I really don't do road courses at all, to be honest. But from what I've noticed in the practice races and heat races is if you just run consistent and just do your line, don't worry about anybody else. Just be defensive, though. You'll be all right. You just got to, be safe and take your time.
Do you have your liquid death with you?
I do next to me. It's just
right.
not in the car, but I do have some.
All right. Yeah, don't drink and drive. Okay, good luck tonight, Matt.
Appreciate you.
That's Matt Pelletier, who is starting from position number 20. And then our final driver we'll be talking with He's back, first time in a while. You normally see him when it comes to these road races and sometimes super speedways as well. Tanner Kalin joining us in the field today. He's driving car number 88. He's qualified in 9th position. Tanner, welcome back, man. Where in the world have you been?
Oh, just been racing in real life, doing a touring series with a buddy of mine, and just busy.
Absolutely. Just talk about, you're pretty good on these road courses, man. Just talk about the expectations head on in.
Well, it's going to be crowded, so it's just going to have to keep the tires under you, be patient, and work your way through it. There's not a whole lot you can do push-wise, so you're going to have to just keep it under you, really.
All right, man. Well, we are wishing you the best of luck tonight.
Thanks, Marty. Good talking to you.
Hopefully we'll see Tanner in victory lane here at the Texas Motor Speedway. Well, let's get you set here for tonight as this race goes for 275 laps and 240 miles. The fuel window just between 34 to 38 laps. This could be a tough one here, Doug. A lot of right-hand corners here. When we take the green flag, it's down a front straight. Then you make a long right-handed carousel that's very flat. And then you make a little bit of chicane, right, left, right, kind of like the S's at Watkins Glen. And then you make another bigger right-hander, just like the carousel, but just a bit shorter in a complete 180-degree corner. Then you got to make a quick left and a quick right while on the throttle, and then it's back to the start-finish line. Should expect lap times just around 40 seconds or under.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting track. A lot of these guys, like you said, not a lot of experience with road course racing, and these street stocks were definitely not built for going right, so it does make the whole night interesting for them. Plus, this shorter track, this shorter road course does throw some obstacles out there at you, so no telling what could happen here tonight. And we won't see a lot of cautions. It's unlikely to, unless there's a really big incident, there won't be any cautions to let the group stack back up, so lap traffic is going to become a huge issue before the night's out.
Absolutely. Tonight's race is brought to you by the XCAL Racing Web Shop. Head to xcalracing.com/shop for all your things XCAL Racing. Our newest products include an XCAL Racing Glass Star candle for $16.95, a print accessory pouch for 2022 for $9.95, and a men's puffer jacket for $69.95. We also, I'll add as well, we also had a birthday card that says happy birthday and then have a will of a good time, but that is unfortunately out of stock. Damn it, Aaron, how come you didn't send that to me for my birthday? What in the world? My birthday was 10 days ago.
Definitely have to talk to Aaron about that, but yeah, that is a pretty funny card, and hopefully more will be back in stock as practice winds down. I have to say, there's a couple of guys in this field that are very good at road racing. Guys like Matt Barrett, we broadcast him every Sunday morning in the GT3 NSS series, and he's running third in points in that group. He has gotten a couple of wins over the last couple of seasons against some of the top road racers on iRacing. So he's going to be one to watch. Tanner Kalin's going to be one to watch. Just look, Austin Edwards, always one to watch. It's going to be an interesting night to see who comes to the front, who goes to the back, and who holds on.
I believe Austin Edwards won at the Texas road course last year on the bigger version, but I think there was a mishap by Luke Turpin, if I recall correctly.
If I remember right, it was a fuel move because we were surprised Turpin ran out of fuel.
Yes, that's what it was. So expect those guys to be up front. Billy Snodgrass, the quickest here at a 37.66. Tanner Kalin up there, currently 5th quick in practice. He's got a 37.86. Adam Gilliatt at a 37.94. Could be a lot of fast drivers here. I think this is going to be one of those races that anybody can win, and the driver that makes the least amount of mistakes will have the best chance at going to victory lane tonight.
Did talk about the incidents earlier. Incident points are going to be huge for the owners here tonight because there's a lot of places guys can end up off the track or just clipping enough that they get a possibly a slowdown penalty. And those X's are going to cost some big money before the night's out. So I imagine we're going to have a few drivers race a little conservatively here tonight just to try and stay out of trouble And as we go down to the end, don't forget to drop in the comments, cheer on your favorite driver, hit share, and let's fill up the stands.
This also is the last road race of 2022, but a third road course event has been added to 2023. To learn more, go to xcalracing.com and hit new tracks for 2023. Well, we're set to go. Let's meet the field here and give you your starting lineup tonight. Austin Everett starts on the pole position with a 37.505, coming off another drift victory. Noah Carpenter next to him on the outside of the front row in the 960. Row number 2, Carson Barrett. Big qualifying run for him in Johnny Bezos 62. Zach Edwards is next to him. Row 3, Alex Krapser and Billy Snodgrass. Another good run for the 37 in qualifying. Jonathan Bronson is back. Floppa in the 67. Adam Gilliatt in car number 95. Rounding out the top 10 tonight is Tanner Kalin in the 88 and Jeremy Gilliatt in the 22. Row 6, Blake Nguyen driving the 99, Matt Bear in the 420. Row number 7, Mason Foster in the 96, and Sean Andrews in the 04. Those were the drivers that made it in via transfer spots. These are the drivers through the top 15 in points. Luke Turpin, James Johnson, row 8. PDJ Zeller, Steven Rex, row 9. Chris Johnson, Matt Pelletier in row number 10. And the drivers that receive provisionals for tonight. Robert Colgan, Ryan Seams, row 11. Greg Holes, Jose Gaudino in row 12. Albie Hewins and Sean Patrick, row 13. Joe Campbell, Jeff Edgar, row 14. Travis Sukup, Gerald Poole, row 15. John Friley, Stephen Wett in row 16. Don Jordan, Brett Ebley, row 17. Brent Meckes starts from 35th. Your drivers that will start with a strike from the rear. Derek Colson in 36th and John Schwartz in 37th. 3 drivers did not qualify. The car numbers with a 56 owned by Don Jordan. Brett Ebley was in the car. It's moved up to the 60. Don Jordan now in car number 61 as always. Kevin Church did not make the show. He's not in the field in the 9, and neither is Robbie Keneally in car number 3. Quarter of a mile has been added to the race distance to account for all the off-track lawn mowing. No halfway caution like there's normally been in XCAL road races in the past. However, though, if we do get a big wreck that breaks out, there could be potential for full course yellows. Field making their way through that right-hander you see in the corners, as we're just moments away from taking the green flag.
And there goes the pace truck. Here they go.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now? We got 3 drivers that have jumped to the rear. Gaudino, Jordan, and Ebley will start from the pits just to be safe than sorry. The drivers make their way through the quick chicane as we are set to go racing. Austin Edwards, Noah Carpenter make up the front row here at Texas Motor Speedway. Everything is bigger in Texas, and it's about to be big here once again. Green flag is out, showtime at the Lone Star State.
Yeah, an interesting note, there's not actually a line on the straightaway for the start-finish line, so you guarantee when we get down towards the end of this one, and guys are going for that last lap, if we have a side-by-side battle, they're going to send it off into the corner.
Everyone got through turn 1 clean from the looks of it. Austin Edwards leads the troops. Noah Carpenter second. Carson Barrett third. Zach Edwards fourth. Billy Snodgrass rounding out the top 5. Everyone being patient, single file. Don't see anyone decide to make some moves down low around the race course at the moment as they make their way around that right-handed carousel once again. It's Austin Edwards that'll lead lap number 1 here in Texas, but Noah Carpenter chasing after him. Thinks about going right for the race lead, but decides not to do so.
Yeah, I think they're going to settle in for a few laps. I don't think we'll see any big moves up front. Everybody's going to play it safe. These guys behind Austin, they are not in the title hunt. They are out here just looking for a win, so they're going to go for being smart here early, not making the crazy moves. Let Austin lead some laps there for a little bit. Let him get his points, and then they're going to battle at the end. That's the safest way they can go. Looked like Adam Gilliatt was trying to make a move around Tanner Kalin, and dust flies as they come through the Essence.
Yep, going through the curbs. Luckily here, those curbs do not break like they do in Indianapolis. Here's Bronson inside on Krapser for 6th position on the racetrack, as Krapser lets him have it. This is going to be a track as well where you got to be very careful on the tires, because it's not just the right side you got to watch out for, it's for the left. So drivers may have to think about cooling their tires and cooling their brakes. throughout the evening. Look behind Bronson. Inside the 88 of Tanner Kalin for 7th spot on the racetrack. Kalin takes that away. Crapster starts to fade back. He's already dropped 3 positions from the drop of the green flag. And here goes Noah Carpenter looking for the race lead.
I'm surprised to see a challenge this early, but it doesn't look like Austin's fighting it too hard here, as Noah gets a little loose off the turn.
You saw Noah Carpenter there get a little bit loose on the exit, rear end coming out for just a moment, maybe too much throttle, but Carpenter going to the race lead will be the first lead change of this event. Carson Barrett trying to close in. It's a 3-car battle for the race lead. Looking back here from behind, a lot of close racing with Alex Crapster and Adam Gillia. You see the 95 trying to make a move here in that quick bus, in that quick chicane-like area. Crapster still hanging on to 8th position at the moment. A lot of patience for these drivers, except for one right now. It's Blake Nguyen looking for 10th on Jeremy Gilliatt. Very surprised to see Blake Nguyen running well early here at a road course like Texas, because this is a guy that's normally good on the super speedways. Road courses have normally been his bad luck, and you see there was a close call with Jeremy.
Blake clips a lot of the rumble strip there and ends up flying that car out of the turn, but settles it down, and looks like Matt Bear is going to come by now as well as he starts making his way forward.
And you saw him hit those rumble strips as well. How tough can that be for the tires and the suspension here tonight at Texas, dealing with these rumble strips when that they rarely deal with in the season, I should say.
It's going to cause a lot of extra tire wear as the battle's continuing behind them. Luke Turpin trying to move forward. But, the suspension is always a question mark, because we have seen suspension failures in the past for these street stocks at road course races. It could be a night where the cars have to survive for the drivers to even be able to get there. And these cars, they may be big, heavy, and tough, but they can only take so much.
Brad Ebley went off track for a couple seconds. He's good. We're already working. Lap number 6 could be lap 7 here, and the biggest mover of this race so far is Luke Turpin, up 15 spots from last to 22nd. Takes a peek inside on Ryan Seams for 21st, and he makes that work. JB Smooth off to a hot start early on here. You watch Zach Edwards and Billy Snodgrass in the battle for 4th position, while they're watching the top 3 in front try to pull away and just play it safe. Noah Carpenter, though, continuing to lead here, Doug, and they're already approaching lap traffic in. I want to say that's Ebley, and it is.
Yeah, I kind of figured, I wasn't expecting lap traffic this early, but with some of the chaos, some of the guys going off track, you've had Brad Ebley off, you've had Don Jordan off, and this isn't a big track. So these guys, it's not going to take very long for them to get in lap traffic, and then it's going to become a question of who navigates that lap traffic better. As you can see, the large part of the tail end of that backpack is just half the track away. That's how much faster these guys up front are at the moment.
Man, Schwartz is making a huge charge throughout the field, up 18 positions. He currently runs in the 19th spot. Nice start for JB Smooth at the moment. I can't recall where he was in heat races or qualifying, if he attempted those. I don't think he did. I think he took a top 15 spot. This man is coming up through the field, and he could be a big contender tonight.
Well, he was coming up through the field. He sent it down into the turn a little too deep, and Matt Pelletier comes back by as he pulled what looked like an Austin Edward drift through that into the track.
This is your best battle on the racetrack. We got a battle as well for second. Here comes Carson Barrett inside on Austin Edwards in turn 1. Makes the pass work. Edwards almost puts the bumper on Carson Barrett.
And while they're battling it out, Zach Edwards, Billy Snodgrass, and Jonathan Bronson have all caught back up. And Tanner Kalin right there in that group as well. It's going to be an interesting night with all these guys going back and forth as holy cow.
Snodgrass, a close call on Zach Edwards. That's opened up the door for Jonathan Bronson, but Floppa backs out of it. He knows there's a lot of time to work. Take the spot away. Doesn't want to get too aggressive early, but hey, normally that's Floppa's style.
Yeah, meanwhile, Noah Carpenter out front trying to open up a gap on Carson, and now he's going to come into lap traffic in the next 2 to 3 laps, it looks like, and You know, these guys can try and fight to stay on the lead lap, but it's going to be very, very difficult. And once they get lapped, they're going to have to start moving over next time the leaders get to them, and that's going to change the complexion of the race here in about 20 or 30 more laps.
Let's go back to Alex Crapser and Adam Gilliat. We focused on them about maybe 10 laps ago, or maybe 5 laps ago, rather. They're still battling for 8th position. Take you on board here for a lap with Adam Gilliat into turn 1. You see they're working on a slower car.
Whoa.
I think that's Friley who's off the track. It is.
Wow, Friley almost came back down onto Crapser as they go down into the turn, and you see Crapser hitting as much of that rumble strip as possible, but not upsetting the car dramatically down into the far end of the track, and Crapser's got a really good run going because that group in front of him is just all packed. Oh, he's got his hands full.
Yeah, just looking back at that replay, I think Friley did have his hands full there in turn number 1, just went way wide. It was a very close call. It's like the opposite of the Daytona road course, that International Horseshoe, where it comes out wider than normal. Texas, it comes out closer than normal. As you see, Snodgrass take away 4th from Zach Edwards.
Yeah, and good evening to Danielle, Laura, and Craig. It is going to be right in front of them. Bronson and Kalin going at it.
They doored each other in that horseshoe for position, and Kalin, wow, beautiful pass on Bronson to take away 6th. And he wants more on Zach Edwards. He nearly wheel hopped it, entering turn number 1.
Zach's having a great run tonight. He started up in 4th place. He's only lost that 1 spot, but you watch him run. You see it the way that Tanner is just sending it through those corners. Zach is being very methodical and trying to save the car, save the tires. He's willing to give up a few spots here to be there at the end of the fight, and I think Zach Edwards really has a great chance, and he's not someone we talk about a whole lot on road courses.
Absolutely. Tanner Kalin up 4 positions at the moment. Tanner, in fact, is actually the 3rd biggest mover of this race so far. Brent Meckes is up 5. John Schwartz is up 17 spots. Noah Carpenter, meanwhile, leading by just about 0.4 of a second on Carson Barrett. Don Jordan's gone off the track, and I think he spun around. Watch out there. He's off the pace. Ooh, that's tight. He's just trying to find a way to get his car back out onto the racetrack, and he's just about going the wrong way.
It's going to get a little sketchy. Don needs to turn that. Holy crap! He gets it back across, but he should have turned around there in the infield and pointed the right direction. I think we're going to see a few close calls with guys trying to get back on track, and I think that caused Jim Johnson to go off track. Let's check the Flaming Karma replay. And Jim just has to duck extremely low, has to make some massive course corrections, gets a little loose, but great save by Jim.
They've been too much off track, and Adam Gilliat's actually gone off track as well. Let's see what happened there. He had to back off because, oh man, he bumped somebody. I think that was Derek Colson in front of him.
Yeah, he sends it in deep. Zach is out of the way. Yeah, yeah, he gets a little bit of Colson and gets going. And note the little obstacles in the grass there to make sure none of these drivers go cutting the grass if need be. These guys, though, if they end up sliding through that grass, they could end up in that barrier, and it could end their night.
We've got a battle for the race lead. Carson Barrett all over Noah Carpenter in the second horseshoe here.
Man, this is just there. As this thing winds on, it's going to be battle after battle after battle everywhere on track. It's this road course is just so small that guys are just everywhere. There is a car. There's nowhere to breathe. Pit road, when they go down there, they're going to be taking a quick breath because it's going to be a long, long night. And if you recall, last year on the big oval, or on the big road course, these guys were worn out, exhausted, breathing heavy. Imagine how bad it's going to be after tonight.
Absolutely. Now, we have gotten reports here from Aaron Hillebush that there are some severe thunderstorms in the area of XCAL Racing headquarters. Of course, that's where Hillebush is working race control. There are contingencies in place if something like that does happen, where Hellebusch has to go off. So there are iRacing situations. Let's go to another good battle on the racetrack. Blake wins, Zach Edwards, that's for 7th.
Yeah, Zach had faded all the way back into 10th, has now started making his way back toward the front. Zach, like I said, is just playing this very, very easy. And like you mentioned earlier, Blake Nguyen, not a road course guy, but starting to make his way up here. I think he's put in a little bit of extra practice. And don't forget, the Mad Bear is right there as well.
Man, Kalin just played some huge defense on Bronson. That's for 5th. Let's watch this battle closely.
Yeah, Kalin all over the back of him.
I think the best corner for Jonathan Bronson is in the second horseshoe. But how do you get past Tanner Kalin here?
You're going to have to find a way to send it in deep, plant that left front into the ground, and then steer the crap out of it to get it off the corner. It's going to be tough. It's about the only way you can get off the horseshoe. You have to know you have the grip. You have to send it in deep, point that car back down, and shoot it off. It's almost like going in deep, almost stopping to turn for perfect angle, and then firing off again. But if you get it timed right, man, it'll work. But he's going to have to do something like that or find somewhere else to pass.
51 off track, that was Sean Patrick. He was just trying to let the leaders go by. Let's go back to the front of the field. Noah Carpenter's increased his gap to 0.6 of a second. But Kalin's on the attack on Billy Snodgrass and Art Hendren. This is some wild races. They work on the 36 of Stephen Rex. Oh, that's tight.
Not to mention all the lap cars in here, as here comes Kalin up to Austin Edwards. Now, what in the heck?
Big bumper to Austin Edwards once, twice.
3 times a lady. Here we go. Holy crap, and they're bumping right behind him as well.
Bronson trying to get by Billy Snodgrass for 5th position. This is so much fun. However, though, there's gonna be a lot of drivers losing some money tonight because of kind of the chicane going off track, and close call with the race leader Noah Carpenter on Stephen White in the 26th place car. And it allows Carson Barrett to close in for the race lead.
And it's worth noting, 26 cars left on the lead lap out of the 37 that started. Don Jordan, Brad Eblay, both on pit road as Wetton now moves over to let the leaders by. He was not required to, but obviously he knew he was holding them up. And now Austin Edwards has to get by in 3rd to close back in, but he is opening up a gap on Tanner Kalin. This is might be the only chance these boys have to breathe for a while.
You want to know something crazy right now, Doug? There are right now 3 drivers with 0x.
That is crazy. Which 3 are there?
Robert Colgan, Zach Edwards, and Jose Gaudino. They've respected the track limits. Here comes Bronson on Kalin into turn number 1, working on Wayne. This is going to be tight. Bronson makes it stick, uses Wetton as a pick. Kalin's not going to like that. You see the bumper, and Kalin's going to lose 2 because of it.
Yeah, this is getting very, very dicey. They are bumping and grinding all over the track, and Wetton is not happy. He's been being decent about letting guys by, but he is not happy about being moved, as you can see there.
Hello to Jeremy Lutto, wondering if there's anything to note in the first 21 laps. Yeah, there is something to note. You're not in this race tonight.
Yeah,
Had to do it.
Oh, that's just cold.
Yeah, but wild racing, 1 lead change in the race, Noah Carpenter. But some incredible racing inside the top 10.
Holy cow!
What?
Carson Barrett just sent, I believe, Friley off the track. Let's take a quick look here.
That was Carpenter.
Oh, Carpenter. Oh, Carson gets into Carpenter. Carpenter gets into Friley. Friley goes for a ride.
Just a big accordion effect as Friley gets pushed into the gravel trap. That's going to be a tough way for him to get back on. And, man, it has been rough so far for not just Friley, but his car owner and Jeff Edgar, who's currently scored 34th. Luckily, it's Blake Wayne, John Schwartz holding the team up at bay for right now. But let's watch this battle for the lead still between Carpenter and Barrett.
Yeah, these two have definitely been going at it, and that little bump and checkup has allowed Austin Edwards to get back to the bumper. Remember, these top two not running for points, but that third place car has a good points lead coming into tonight.
Austin Edwards coming off the win last week at the Nashville Super Speedway. I want to say, and because I don't have the stats list in front of me, I want to say that is his like 7th win of the season or 5th.
I think it's his 7th, and yeah, he is definitely trying to break 8th win of the season. So he's definitely going for that record he set last year on his way to a championship.
Just had a change for 31st.
And
Jose
we've got a battle for the
Gaudino,
lead.
Sean Patrick, battle for the race lead. Here comes Carson Barrett. Look to the inside on Noah Carpenter after Carpenter went wide in turn number 7. But right now, Carpenter's still got it. Barrett's on the attack, though. Looks low. Carpenter shuts the door into turn 1.
And Austin is all over their back bumpers. If somebody checks up even 1% too much, that top 4 is all going to be together because Bronson is right there with them, as is Billy Snodgrass, as is Tanner Kalin. Blake Nguyen is about 2.5 seconds back from this battle, and as they run right now, man, it's going to be a close fight all night long.
Yeah, for the top 5, every car behind them is under 3/4 of a second for those wondering at home. So it's Carpenter, Barrett, Edwards, Bronson, Snodgrass, and Kaitlyn, your top 6. Got another good battle happening for 9th. I think it actually happened earlier. Matt Bear and Zach Edwards. So it's Zach that's going on the attack of car number 420. And let's see if Zach can tell Matt Bear that he doesn't play FIFA.
I do have to say, at this kind of a track, this kind of a race, I really got to think Matt Bear is easily going to get a top 5 out of tonight. Maybe a top 3, even could get the win. He is definitely a great, great road racer. I haven't watched him road race for months now and seen him compete. Man, he does a great job. But there's still a few dark horses in the field out there. Jim Johnson is a great road racer.
Oh! Barrett got loose off of turn number 1, and oh, so close call for the 062.
And I'm really surprised Gerald Poole is not further up than 30th right now. He has run a lot of road course races the last couple of years, does a lot of charity events, spends a lot of time behind the wheel in these type races. So you got to think at some point he has to have a strategy play. And he's going to be up there, and you know, he might be in a position where he's just riding it out to survive.
Green flag pit stops underway. Robert Colgan, the first driver into pit row. We talked about the window. 34 to 38 laps for the drivers here tonight. Let's go to another good battle. Let's go back to Edwards and Bear for 9th, as Bear is all over the 6th.
Yeah, Matt's giving him a workout here tonight. And if you hadn't noticed, there is that dip in that backstretch bus stop that we've seen a lot of guys hitting, and that is massively upsetting some of the cars. You see a lot of guys trying to avoid that as much as possible.
Yeah, that's why a lot of drivers have been getting loose tonight. In this race and going off track in the back straightaway. I think that was an issue on why Don Jordan had spun earlier on at the start in the final corner before the chicane.
Yeah, and we mentioned these cars don't have a ton of grip on these kind of tracks, and they aren't exactly designed for road course racing. So these guys, they are sending it hard, but if you start to lose the back end, it can be very difficult to catch it.
Oh, absolutely.
Holy cow, as Matt Bear and Zach Edwards come through lap traffic, there was almost a little...
Oh! Edwards gets the 55 of Albert Hewens, plows him into the tire barriers, and will stay under the green flag. That was a significant hit for Hewens, front end going into the tractor tires.
And you gotta... Aren't Hewens and Zach Edwards teammates?
Yes.
I'm thinking Danny's probably going to be yelling at somebody here in a minute.
Probably Joe as well.
Yeah, I would imagine so. That, these guys are pushing to their limit, but you got to give a little room. We heard every driver we interviewed say patience is going to be key here tonight.
Ooh. The 51, Sean Patrick all over Jose Gaudino, and that's a battle for 29th. And we just had a change for 4th, by the way. Snodgrass gets by Bronson for the spot. Now Bronson has to deal with Kalin. These have had the best battles on track so far of the drivers from 4th through 6th.
Yeah, they have stayed nose to tail. They are really, really close time-wise. And, wow, Snodgrass, you can tell, is really pushing it. I'm thinking he is planning on 4-tire stops every stop tonight because the way he is pushing it, he is letting that car slide off the turns. He's driving it deep into the turns. He is using that car up throughout the run, especially the second half of this run.
Could be expecting the leaders to come in shortly for green flag pit stops. The window between 34 to 38 laps. John Schwartz is in from inside the top 20. Sean Patrick is also in. Let's see if we get any of the leaders coming out.
Petey has gone off track.
PDJ Zeller is off track, currently in
Let's
17th position.
See what happened to Petey as it comes down and just clips too much of the apron. The car gets unsettled. He ends up off in the grass. His teammate Gerald Poole right behind him backs out of it just a little bit. Petey's able to get it corrected, but man, that was almost a disaster.
Impressive save from the Will Petey himself. Matt Bears in the pits as Zeller also comes into pit road. Expect pit stops here just about 43 seconds here tonight.
It's going to be interesting watching pit strategy tonight because you know some drivers have gearing set up to save fuel, trying to make this one less stop, trying to do anything they can. Some drivers are going to be out there trying to double stint the tires. And there's several, when you go on an oval, you almost always have to change tires. When you go road racing, there's a lot of different things you can do. There's a lot of strategy you can do. My 24-hour Daytona team, we have one guy that'll 4 and 5 stint a set of tires, so he's only ever on pit road long enough for fuel.
Oh, very impressive. As a lot of the leaders are in. Carson Barrett, Adam Gilliard, Tanner Kalin, Blake Nguyen have all made their way into pit road. Billy Snodgrass now coming in from inside the top 5. Luke Turpin now bringing his 454 car in. Still waiting on the top 3 amongst the notables here.
I'm really surprised Turpin is in, but like I've said before, this season has not been a very, not a standard Luke Turpin season. He has really, really not been as conservative and not been saving as much fuel and not making the runs as long.
Absolutely. Turpin, it's been a tough year for Turpin, our defending champion from last season. Greg Hull's also bringing car number 19 in.
Meanwhile, Noah.
And now Zach Edwards and Mason Foster, Alex Crapser, Jeremy Gilliard all in. Doug, go ahead.
Noah Carpenter, Austin Edwards, and Jonathan Bronson all still out on track. Looks like just about everybody behind him except Jim Johnson and Joe Campbell has hit pit road. There's a few guys further back in the pack that haven't yet, but these guys up the top 3 right now, just stretching as far as they possibly can, and it looks like all 3 of them are going to go. Nope, Jonathan Schwartz is in.
Bronson now into pit road from 3rd spot. Very impressive for the top 2, trying to go as far as they can, and they will have the freshest tires of the bunch when they come out of pit road. A 40-lap stint for Noah Carpenter and Austin Edwards at the moment. That is very impressive.
You know, it's worth mentioning. You mentioned the fresh tires. And we were talking about being able to save tires. These guys aren't saving a whole heck of a lot right now. Noah Carpenter's fastest lap, a 37.88. His last lap, a 40.10. So tire fall off is an issue here tonight. But Austin Edwards goes on by, and he has not had as much fall off. 37.9 for his fastest, 39.48 for his last time by. So how much further can Austin take this?
I don't know. I think maybe about 1 to 2 more laps, and I think we'll see him in.
Austin definitely does a great job.
I'd expect him though this lap.
Yeah, Austin's very much this season been it's been kind of a Luke Turpin season for him as he has saved a lot of fuel. But now Schwartz is coming back by on fresh tires, and Austin is wide. He is coming in.
It'll be interesting to see who gets the race lead as we will watch Austin stop. There's now only one driver that we've yet to see come into pit road, and that is Joe Campbell.
Hopefully Joe will get up there and at least get to lead a lap, get some bonus points.
He's in.
Joe Campbell is in as Austin Edwards hits his pit stall in the 960 of Noah Carpenter, rolls back out, and Carson, wow, there's a little bit of chaos as they came off pit road.
Absolutely was. Now it'll be interesting to see how the field merges back together. John Fraley went off track for about a second. We'll show you Kaitlyn and Barrett here as they battle for third, waiting to about 20 more seconds for Edwards before he comes back out.
Just about completed the first round of green flag stops, and it's been a eventful race so far, but all but 2 cars have managed to stay in the fight here.
And a longer stop for Austin Edwards, and so Billy Snodgrass for the first time today goes to the point here at Texas Motor Speedway. Carson Barrett second, Tanner Kalin third, Noah Carpenter fourth, Jonathan Bronson rounding out your top 5 after that round of pit stops. Best battle on track we're watching for second, Barrett and Kalin. How about Tanner Kalin up 6 positions from the drop of the green flag? Impressive start for him.
Yeah, Tanner's having a great night tonight, and we knew coming into this he was one of those road course ringers that showed up here, and he is definitely showing that to be true. Having a great run, started back in 9th, up into 4th, and he's just kind of hanging out at the moment. We've seen him get aggressive, but now he dives down to the inside, looking for third on Noah Carpenter.
He just about let Carpenter go by in the final horseshoe. But then he said, psych, give me third position back. And you got Jonathan Bronson also a part of this battle. Kalin and Bronson have probably had the hardest battles we have seen in this race today. Look at Floppa all over Carpenter. And you got Blake Nguyen going past the lap car of Jose Gaudino on the racetrack.
Really surprised Jose's not having a better race. He has been exceptional in past road races.
Currently scored in 28th position at the moment. You see Austin Edwards going past the lap car. Watch Edwards closely as he has lap tires. Oh, it's Stephen Rex.
Let's see what happened to Stephen Rex. That's the first car we've seen have any difficulty since the pit stop, and just gets on the throttle a little too quickly. Sends it to the inside, and that is the right move by Stephen Rex. He turns the car around in the grass and then rolls it up on the track.
Absolutely. I think that was in turn number 1. Rex currently scored in 30th place. Carson Barrett just set his best lap of the race, 37:38.04, but not as good as the lap times Billy Snodgrass is running. Just ran a 37:99 last lap. Best lap for him, 37:74. 0.7 of a second the advantage at the moment. Let's go back to Kalin and Carpenter. Your best battle is for third, as Kalin just took that away, I think, moments ago while we were watching the situation with Stephen Rex, I think.
Yep, and they come by Ryan Seams.
Joe Campbell's off track.
Oh, what a heartbreak.
I think Joe went around.
Let's see what happened to Joe, brought to you by Flaming Karma. And wow, I don't know what's up with his setup, but did you see how much lean that car had? And you see a lot of these cars are really, really stiff, trying to help hold them down, but not let the body roll. The body roll will throw the weight of the car around, and it's harder to predict with that weight flying around, but Joe just had a ton of lean in that car.
That was very strange. Let's go back to third, Kalin and Carpenter. You don't want to be side by side here. Oh, man. I thought they were about to take each other out there. That is hard racing at its finest.
Yeah, they are not giving each other an inch and putting on quite a show in the process, but it is Carpenter that comes out ahead for the moment on that. And that was a gutsy move by both drivers. Neither of them lifting, neither of them giving an inch here.
Absolutely. 46 laps are complete. It'll be 47 this time. Billy Snodgrass leading Carson Barrett, Noah Carpenter, Tanner Kalin, and Jonathan Bronson, your top 5. Stay with us as we go side by side.
This is my good friend who had cancer when we were really little, and he was able to beat it through early detection, and now he just recently graduated from Santa Clara.
My dad was diagnosed with cancer my freshman year of high school. Thanks to early detection, he now gets to see me graduate from college.
Eight years ago, my mom was diagnosed with cancer, but thanks to early detection, I'll get to spend this Christmas with her.
My dad was diagnosed with cancer when I was 10, and he passed away soon after. Maybe if we had early detection, he would have been able to be there to walk me down the aisle.
Early detection saves lives.
$17 to Mekis. We are back here live with the XCAL Racing Web Shop 240 here at the Texas Motor Speedway Road Course. Marty Sakala alongside Doug Burns. We are so glad you could join us here tonight. I got to tell you a fun fact here. We were just talking about this before we came back on the air. Tanner Kalin is not caring about money. All he cares about is bringing home trophies. Reason why I say that, folks, he's got a total of 46X at the moment. Actually, rather 41X from going off track with the curbing. So if you calculate 41 and multiply it by 0.25, you get 1025 he would make right now.
Wow.
I'm sorry, he would lose $10.
Yeah. And worth noting, Chris Johnson's night may be done as we go to the Flaming Karma replay. He had a tough one on the back straightaway, going through that bus stop, just overshoots it and gets that tire barrier. We talked about those coming into play earlier. Just a hard right front hit. There's that tire barrier followed by the concrete, followed by the fire hydrant. The right front suspension, you can see it there, is just obliterated. He tries to limp it back to pit road, but can't do anything with it. His night might be over. If it's not, he's going to be on pit road for a long time with repairs.
Let's battle on track. Let's go to second place. Carson, Barrett, and Noah Carpenter. Barrett was able to jump Carpenter after pit stops because Carpenter waited too long to come in. But the thing is, for Carpenter, he's got 4 laps of fresher tires. He may be able to use to his advantage. We got John Schwartz and Jeff Edgar off the racetrack here. And Schwartz has gone around. He's got that thing fired back up. Not sure about Jeff Edgar. Nope, it was just Schwartz who got turned off of Stephen Wetton trying to pass him.
Let's take a quick look at that, as here you see Schwartz coming down, looks down to the inside on Wetton. Oh, he just comes up. Wetton, they meet in the middle, but it's just at the wrong position for Jonathan Schwartz, and a bad break for him. He was charging through the field earlier on, too.
Currently scored in 16th position, though, up 21 spots, so still would get the 5 bonus points for hard charger. Let's go back to second spot. Barrett and Carpenter still duking at it. 3:10 separates them. Hang on, Carson.
Carson just sent it out of that corner, trying to get past the lap car. Wow.
He dirt tracked it off turn 1.
He did. Look at this, John Friley there on the outside. Friley went wide to let the leaders by, and here we go. Carpenter shoots to the inside.
Barrett tried to gas it. It got it a little bit too squirrely there on the right foot in the center of the corner, and Noah takes away second, and now trying to chase after Billy Snodgrass, but 2.5 seconds separates him and Billy the Kid.
Austin Edwards trying to run down Tanner Kaitlyn, and John Friley, you just saw him smoking the tires going into the turn, but Austin Edwards came out. He had the latest pit stop of anybody on track. Came back out about 7th place, has moved his way up to 5th, and 2 seconds behind Tanner Kalin, but he is gaining on him.
Absolutely, you continue to look throughout the field there as Snodgrass continues to lead. Let's say hello to a couple of people. Hello to Danny. Like Doug said earlier, 12 JNS drivers in the feature tonight. That's 1/3 of the field.
That's an expensive night for JNS.
Yeah, so it's kind of like who's I'm not trying to compare it directly to it, but it's kind of like who's that one team, Ultra Motorsports? How they fielded like 10 trucks in the 2003 Truck Championship to try and get Ted Musgrave the championship.
Hey, whatever works, and could very well see one of those JNS cars in victory lane. Let's see, the highest running right now.
I want to say it's Carpenter in second.
Yeah, it looks like Carpenter in second. Not Matt Barrett, excuse me. Zach Edwards still back there in 10th. And I think Zach Edwards is not out of this yet. He has been running a very smart race tonight, so I think he is still in contention. Likely just saving the car right now.
You got in 11th spot Adam Gilliatt, Alex Krapser 12th, Mason Foster 13th, Jeremy Gilliatt 14th, Sean Andrews in 15th. Then you've got PDJ Zeller running in 19th position, Ryan Seams in 20th. Joe Campbell is 24th. Gerald Poole is 27th. Albie Hewins 29th. A lot of cars, by the way, off track for those wondering. We just saw Jeff Edgar off track a couple moments ago. And I think we are good now. For those wondering, Jeff Edgar did bring his car into pit road. Let's go to 11th place. Adam Gilliatt against Alex Krapser for the spot. They're teammates, so don't expect them really to fight each other hard here.
Yeah, with Alex Krapser, their other team, it's basically 10 through 15th is JNS for the most part. So these guys are not going to battle. They're going to try and work together as much as possible here. And I think that might be a smart strategy. They can keep each other safe. They can act as a buffer. And the guy out front, Zach Edwards, is out front of that group. He can help just kind of cut his way through the field. As that comes by, John Friley there trying to run down Matt Bear.
Absolutely. Matt Bear currently in 9th position. He's 1.4 seconds ahead of Zach Edwards, who is currently in 10th. We also have Matt Pelletier and Jimmy Johnson battling for 17th. Let's watch that.
Yeah, Jim is really good at the patience and being smart and taking care of the car, but you don't want to anger him mid-race because from experience, once he starts driving angry, things change dramatically, and he's going to fight his way up to the front however he has to. So these guys doing a great job right now, and hopefully Jim will continue marching his way forward as he follows Pelletier around, and right in front of him again, Jonathan Schwartz now up into 16th.
Nice recovery, by the way, for him so far after the spin. He is 7 seconds, though, behind Sean Andrews and dealing with some lap traffic. He's currently scored 1 lap down. If we were to get a wild caution to come out, a rare caution at a road course, it would be Schwartz, Pelletier, and Johnson, who would be your wave-around cars.
Interesting. These guys know the likelihood of getting that caution is pretty slim, especially now that this race is spread out and is covering the entirety of the track. So, you know, they're holding those positions, trying to keep it out of trouble, but as Luke Turpin starts to navigate his way through that lap traffic, these guys are just trying to stay relevant just in case the impossible happens.
Absolutely. How about these drivers that we don't see in XCAL often in full time? Doing a great job. I guess you can consider them the road course ringers here today. Like Noah Carpenter in 2nd, Carson Barrett 3rd, Tanner Kaitlyn in 4th spot. And then everyone else pretty much behind an XCAL racing regular.
Yeah, and some XCAL race. Robert Colgan going to pit road quite suddenly. I bet surprised by that.
Well, we did pit on lap number 29. I think he's trying a different strategy to pit much before everyone else.
You know, and that's going to play out very interestingly because we saw several very close calls on the pit road exit. Getting into pit road fairly easy. You just swing wide through that final turn and everybody knows where you're going. But, man, coming off pit road, it merges directly onto the straightaway as people are coming out of that first chicane. It could easily be chaos here with pit road exits. There were some close calls under that first green flag pit cycle. I wouldn't be surprised to see this either benefit somebody dramatically or hurt them really badly.
Absolutely. As Colgan comes on out, let's go to Matt Barrett and Zach Edwards for 9th.
These two have been nose to tail, and Zach just keeps closing in on Matt Barrett right on the back bumper.
That is a great battle we were watching very, very closely.
Just getting word, I think Noah mentioned it in the pre-race, but in real life he is a quarter midget oval racer. So obviously Noah has a lot of experience sitting in a race car for a long period of time, and it's definitely benefiting him here tonight.
Derek Colson, by the way, went off track for a couple of seconds. He actually got punted off of the second place driver Noah Carpenter, going through the final chicane. Way loose off of the track. Man, he's driving like it's the Beverly Hillbillies out there or something.
That's not the first time a lead lap car or one of the leaders has gotten into Colson. He's just a little slow and a little loose, had to check up, and Carpenter had really nowhere else to go at that point, and they get together. Colson has been moved a couple of times tonight, and just hoping he can hold on to it from here.
He pretty much just said, take no prisoners, get out of my way, or else I'm moving you out of the way. Let's go to 12th spot, Alex Crapster against Mason Foster.
And again, teammates working together more than likely, but Mason is looking a little bit faster out here tonight, at least on the longer run. He seems to have something as Adam Gilliatt starts navigating some lap traffic right in front of him, and it allows both Crapster and Foster to catch back up.
Nice moves there, as that is your best battle on the racetrack for 12th position. It's right on board here with Mason Foster.
Down into the turn, and Mason getting right down to the apex on that one, and then trying to run it back off. Not seeing a lot of guys run all the way down on the apex through that first horseshoe, but he's making it work for him. Down through the backstretch bus stop and down into that final turn. And it looks like there's a car going off up on the...
They're coming into pit road.
Looked like Matt Barrett almost took out one of his competitors as he headed to pit road there, at least from the in-car view from Mason Foster.
Yeah, it was very tight there to be in disastrous, as like we just mentioned, Barrett is in the pits coming out from inside of the top 10. Another driver coming in, that's Tanner Kalin. So second round of green flag pit stops is underway for the drivers here.
Yeah, and we know a couple of them are going to stay out here longer. I mean, Austin Edwards is definitely going to be out here longer than most of these guys. Austin now up into fourth. Billy Snodgrass out here leading. He's going to be in pretty quickly. He stopped on lap 37, so expect him in the next lap or two. Noah Carpenter can stretch it a little bit further. Carson Barrett, I would expect him in this time. And Austin Edwards went to lap 41 as the leader is in. Here comes Carson Barrett, so Noah Carpenter now goes to the lead. Austin Edwards to second.
Wanted to talk about, again, the Crapster Foster battle. Whoa, man! Bronson came in way too hot, and I think he was about to come into pit road and then misjudged the speed. So he decided to wait, I think because we had a lot of drivers that were off track in that situation. Snodgrass was coming in to rather be Carson Barrett, and so that's going to cost Floppa a ton of time there.
No,
John
Carpenter.
Crowley, by the way, was off track for a couple of seconds. We'll take a look and see what happened there.
Mason Foster just went off track as well. Let's see what happened. Mason rounding up near the top 10. Down out of the backstretch bus stop, and oh, he just got wide into the grass, setting up for that horseshoe.
That was close for the 96. Tough break, though, for John Friley.
Yeah, I hate to see that because Friley's been struggling all night. But, you know, he's one of those guys, he's mid to top half of the race usually, but struggling here on the road course. I think we're seeing the guys who are the best at the road courses versus the guys who are just trying to get by. I know a lot of these teams put in a ton of extra practice this week.
A lot of MMP for sure. Especially with all of what they're dealing with here at Texas and the road course. Because this is a very tough road course, going from 4th to 3rd gear. And, of course, you got the bus stop and the quick chicane before you cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, these guys are definitely this. Oh, there's a car off.
Gerald Poole. Gerald Poole has crashed it. Taking a look to see where he is. He's in 25th. And there may be damage to the driver of the 16. There is some contact off of Chris Johnson that sent him sideways and around.
Let's see, going through the bus stop and I believe that is Chris, just gets a massive run. No, that is not Chris. Chris was in that earlier wreck. We'll have to look and see who that was, but they get a massive run through the bus stop. Thanos spins it around and gets it going again. But a heartbreak, and you got to give a shout out to Thanos, the owner of Flaming Karma Paint Shop, who has painted all the J&S racing cars.
Absolutely. By the way, that was Chris Johnson. I take it from, whoa, Pelletier.
Oh, what?
Something happened to Matt. He has crashed it. I just saw from the corner of my eye, and he almost put that baby into the wall with how loose he got.
Out of the
coming to the line.
Out of that final horseshoe, going down through that quick chicane. He just loses the back end, and I think he even clipped the 95 as he was going, but he manages to back it up, turn it around, and get going again.
Adam just about had a heart attack there, guys. That nearly could have been disastrous for not just Adam, but also for the 18 of Austin Edwards. Wow.
You got to give it to Chris. Coming back out, he's in 34th, and I couldn't believe that actually was Chris, but he has got that suspension repaired and is back out on track. You know, he's just out here clicking away laps, getting some points, but the way this thing is going, he's going to pick up some positions along the way.
Absolutely. So still waiting on your top 3 drivers, Noah Carpenter, Austin Evers, and Jonathan Bronson. Here's your battle for the race lead. At the moment, Edwards all over Carpenter, nearly gets into the bumper. And they got to deal with Derek Colson, too.
They were in a mess of lap traffic as they came into that final horseshoe. A lot of guys saw a lot of smoke from the tires. As guys lock it up, there's somebody off to the middle of the track. It's Travis Sukup.
And he's brought it into pit road.
Let's see what happened to Sukup. That was definitely a wild one through that fast chicane. Just loses the back end. Almost looked like he was just going to take the shortcut around.
He was about to pull a Chastain. Oh, wait, no, that's for bumping someone.
Yeah.
So
I don't even watch NASCAR anymore, and I know that one.
Let's go back to Carpenter Edwards, 0.3 of a second off of each other.
I'm willing to bet Carpenter is not going to fight this too hard, especially this late in a run. If Austin gets the run, it'd be the wise choice. Just move over and let him go. Austin racing for points. He wants to get some bonus points for leading the most laps. Carpenter's just out here racing for the win. He knows he's got to survive and not push it too hard. Austin goes wide. I think he's headed to pit road here.
He is. He's coming on in, so Carpenter will be the last to make the stops. It was vice versa the last time around, for those wondering.
Yeah, it was. I'm surprised to see Carpenter, and Bronson is still out as well.
Very impressive for a flop. I think he's trying to stretch this after thinking about coming in last time and then came in way too hot, so he knew he had to come back out. So And he gets into Chris Johnson, moves him out of the way, puts him into the lawn. That got tight. Joe Campbell, Adam Gilliatt for 16th, and Adam lets him go. And now you got Jimmy Johnson into this, and Carpenter is in. Leader is in.
And you got to think, there is already some guys that have been knocked off. In multiple battles out here, there's been a lot of getting guys just tapped enough to get them loose, lose a position, send them into the grass. Whatever the case may be, some tempers are going to flare before this night is over. And I guarantee you, we get down to the end, we've seen accidental bumps so far. I think that last 30, 40 laps, I don't think the bumps will be so accidental.
This got a message from Petey, and I think this is why he was pitting. When we reset, out of the top 7 that were dominating, there was only one that was older than the age of 18.
God, I'm so old.
I am too.
Shut up. You're still a pup. I got kids older than you.
Dude, I'm 23. I'm 24, actually.
I have kids older than you.
Anyway, Carpenter comes out, the field resets, and the new leader of this race is now Tanner Kalin. And Tanner actually pitted earlier amongst the leaders. He pitted on lap 71, so it seems like you want to be pitting as early as possible here, rather than pitting as late as you can.
I don't know. I mean, if they keep playing this strategy of going that extra 10 laps, 5 to 10 laps every time, I guess it's been about 5 laps every time for Noah Carpenter, Austin Edwards, a few others. By the time this is over, they're going to have one less pit stop. So they're going to make up a ton of ground here, and I guarantee you Austin Edwards has done the math. I'm willing to bet Noah Carpenter has done the math, as well as, let's see, Jonathan Bronson. Some of these other guys have done the math. They know, hey, if I stretch it, these guys pitting every 30, 35 laps, if I go that extra 5, I'm going to have one less stop tonight.
Great strategy from the legend himself and Doug. Let's go back to the Snodgrass Edwards battle happening for 4th. This is one of the closest on track, and you see the lap car messed up Snodgrass, opened the door for Austin. Nearly got up to the door there. That was close there, Doug.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dicey, and Austin definitely knows he needs to get forward, and the lap traffic is his biggest concern right now. You know, these guys up at the front, they've got there for a reason here this week. Throughout the heats, throughout practice, they've got this speed, they've got to the front, but their biggest concern right now is going to be those lap cars, especially mid-race when guys are starting to get a little bit tired. They've had a couple pit stops, they're trying to settle in, and they're not paying as much attention here.
Let's go to 2nd. Barrett and Carpenter is starting to get very good. A car length separates them.
Yeah, this one will get good as well. We saw these two battling earlier together, and things got very, very interesting. These two getting side by side and staying side by side through some very, very tight spots on the track. These guys doing a great job. Both know how to send it through and keep it clean. We could see some more of that battle, but now they're back in lap traffic. That didn't take long.
This is going to get tight here. They're 1.8 seconds behind Tanner Kalin, maybe more, because look what they got to deal with, Derek Colson.
Yeah, Colson, man, that guy has zero luck tonight. Almost gets the boot from Tanner. Colson goes wide as they go off into one. Just lets him go this time.
Very tight situation there as Barrett's still holding on to it.
These guys are doing a great job pushing this thing as much as possible, but we're still seeing him keep it clean out here as close as he. Holy cow! Tanner almost loses the back end, and that's how Carson got by him last time.
Gap closes down to 1.5 seconds because of that.
They still staying nose to tail.
Carpenter just playing it safe through the bus stop.
Okay, I just did the math on this, and that 5 extra laps we're seeing, it is exactly 1 less stop for the drivers that are doing that 40-lap run.
Okay.
So, it very well could be the best strategy out there. These guys that are short pitting, they're going to have to make that extra stop. 6 stops at 40 laps versus, actually, 7 stops at 40 laps versus 8 stops at 35.
That will be interesting for sure.
And we'll start to see that play out under the next stop, because those guys that stopped on lap 71, they'll be stopping at 105 versus guys like Austin, like Noah, they're going to be stopping around 120.
So that will get interesting there. Back to the second place battle. Down to a half a car length for right now between Barrett and Carpenter. Carpenter just trying to pressure Barrett into making a mistake.
Almost.
But how about the 062 car? Johnny B's got to be very impressed, Doug.
Yeah, Carson's doing a great job out here. He's definitely pushing a little hard at times. We've seen it as he gets off some of these turns right there. And Noah starts to look to the inside, can't quite get there. But Carson has got to be a little more careful on corner exit.
Let's see if Carpenter makes a run to the inside, entering turn number 1. He's up to the door, goes for the outbreak, almost locked them up into turn number 1. You almost saw the front bumper dragging onto the asphalt, and Noah takes away P2. A great move from Noah, who now has 10 laps of fresher tires compared to the leader in Tanner Kalin, and continues to track the gap down. We are going to step aside here as we are on lap number 90. Tanner Kalin leads Noah Carpenter, Carson Barrett.
Are you ready to chase the moonlight? Community-based and talent-driven, Moonlight Speed Concepts has what you need to take your iRacing experience to the next level. Founded by passionate owners that care about the community and housing some of the top setup builders and drivers on the platform, Moonlight Speed Concepts offers custom paints, driver coaching, and setups for dirt, asphalt short track racing, and eNASCAR competition. Partnered with top brands in both real world and simulation. Follow us on Facebook or visit moonlightspeed.com and find out why these businesses chase the moonlight and why you should too. Moonlight Speed Concept, where all we chase is moonlight.
95 laps up on the board here at the Texas Motor Speedway this time by, and we've got a battle for the race lead, Doug. Noah Carpenter all over Tanner Kalin.
Yeah, he is. 1.5 seconds was the gap when he took second place, and it did not take many laps for him to run down Tanner Kalin. Good evening to Jason Coleman, by the way. How you doing, buddy? We're going to get a move for the lead here as... No, Carpenter backs out, going, no, he doesn't. He's going to send it in there. Oh! And he forces him into the grass.
Just backed out of it barely. I'm going to be interested to see what happens going into the chicane coming up here. Watch Kalin. He goes up the racetrack, opens up the door for Noah Carpenter. How will they stay side by side? It's going to have to give to Carpenter when he does.
And man, that was a great move by Noah Carpenter. He is setting it up everywhere he looks and just pressured him. Forced the 88 to get off into the grass a little bit there, coming through the bus stop, and just unsettled the car. And speaking of going off in the grass, Steven Rex had, let's just say, a big moment. As we watch the replay here, Steven right in front of Ryan Seams and Jonathan Schwartz gets into that final horseshoe and just goes around. Fortunately, the Schwartz was with Jonathan tonight because he managed to avoid that.
Yeah, it was a very close call indeed. Let's go to a battle on track for 23rd as Jose Gaudino gets past Brent Meckes. Meckes, though, got to give him credit. Started 35th, he's up to 24th.
Yeah, and Gaudino's starting to come alive now as well, so could see Gaudino come up through this field a bit here. Trying to run down Robert Colgan, who is about 22 seconds ahead. And another driver, one of the fan favorites, Ryan Seams, now up into 20th, trying to run down Pelletier.
Noah Carpenter has increased the gap to a second on Tanner Kalin. That's crazy what 10 laps of fresher tires can do for you. Hasn't worked really well for Jonathan Bronson. He's still stuck in 7th position, 3.7 seconds back on Blake Nguyen.
Bronson has had some close calls tonight and somehow kept that car clean and doing a great job despite some of the chaos he's been around.
Absolutely. Floppa still hanging on in there tonight.
Trying to get by Whale Petey here. I just noticed, the Flaming Karma crew put some... is that a dolphin on the side of Whale Petey's car? That should be a whale on Petey's car.
Yeah, I think a whale and a dolphin are the same thing. I don't know. Oh, wait a second. That's a killer whale.
Dude, we're going to have a discussion about science before long.
Look, I didn't do well in science, okay? I passed it, though, but I wasn't well in science. Specifically in earth science, not earth science, animal science and biology.
Obviously. Please make your jokes in the comments about dolphin versus... I'm sorry, I couldn't help. You know, what is it with you in Texas? Every time we go to Texas, something chaotic happens with you.
First it was putting it into a wall, now it's freaking animals.
Next time you race at Texas, you know what? Next time Texas is up on the schedule, you should just not race, not do anything, sit in a quiet, dark room.
I'll just sit in the media center and watch. How's that?
Something will happen there, too.
Oh, God.
Somebody will spill their beer.
I'm just glad that we're hoping Texas Motor Speedway gets demolished in real life.
Hey. I have driven that speedway, of course, before it was reconfigured, and it was wonderful.
Yeah, it was wonderful, and then Eddie Gossage decided to do his stupid stuff.
Yeah, I cannot support that, but man, I have to tell you, I drove Texas Motor Speedway in 2001. I did 2 weekends with Team Texas there. Got to max out a cup car back then, and man, that first weekend doing 150, I thought it was going to be enough, but man, that second weekend getting to go full throttle around the track, it was unbelievable. It was a great facility, and I hope they do my home state justice when they bring it back.
We just had a change for 9th position. Luke Turpin got past Matt Bear. Let's go to second. Carson Barrett challenging Tanner Kalin for the spot. Austin Edwards starting to become a three-man battle.
You know, Carson only pitted 1 lap later. Just tells you how much faster he is right now. But both Carson and Tanner, you can tell, have been pushing it. They both have issues off the turn, especially under that final horseshoe. We've seen both of them kick the back end out more than once. Versus Austin.
Run.
Austin right behind him, fresher tires and just planted and smooth.
They're all following the same line right now, just going higher on the exit of turn number 1. Now the backstretch bus stop here, where I think Barrett seems to have the best momentum there.
And you know who's gaining?
Oh, Kalin! Kalin got sideways. He wheel hopped it into the second horseshoe. Up the track he goes and into pit road.
What in the world? Let's see if we can
And that's brilliant, because it's 34 laps for him.
There you see it. Let's back this replay up just a hair. Coming out of the bus stop, trying to set up for the corner on the... I think he might have clipped the grass just a little bit, but wise move. He just gets up in the loose stuff and says, you know what? This is the right time. I'm going to pit road.
Yeah, looking closely here, see if he did clip it.
You know,
he did not. You know, I think it was, as I'm riding in the cockpit, he had the steering. Oh, no, he downshifted.
Oh, that would explain it.
Downshift would cause the car to get a little way too loose. That was oh so close for Tanner.
And let's mention this right now. A couple of weeks ago, you had the one of the 24-hour races a couple of weeks ago at Spa. There was an issue where drivers could, holy cow, as look at Carson. Austin goes by into second. Carson gets stuck in the middle as they go 3 wide. Anyway, at Spa, there was an issue during practices coming into that race. There was an issue where drivers could go off into the grass just a little bit, and it would help cool their tires down. They could make their tires last longer. So iRacing made a temporary physics change where the grass is still just as slick, but now it's hotter. So it keeps the tires warm and it's extra slippery because of that heat. And it's made things chaotic for a lot of these road races. That's why it's not taking much in the grass to send these cars around tonight.
Yeah, got to be very careful on that for sure.
I think we'll see a permanent physics change and going into next season. When we go back to the road courses next season, is look at right in front of Austin, Noah Carpenter stuck in a mess, and he went up the middle 3 wide, and look who he had to go by again. Derek Colson.
And a big threat tonight, that's for sure. 1 second lead for Carpenter over Austin Edwards. Again, we're expecting them to come in and maybe about 10 laps or so, not too sure what's going to happen there. Best battle we got on track is 3/4 of a second between John Schwartz and Stephen Wett, and that's for 20th.
And worth noting, right in front of them, 7.7 seconds ahead, Ryan Seams has now gotten up into 19th. He has started picking them off here and there. No, holy cow, Schwartz almost drove into Colson, just almost put his driver's door on Colson's nose.
Carson Barrett brings his car into pit road.
Man, you got to give a shout out to Colson. As much as he has been knocked around, beaten up, pushed off the track, all over the place, he's letting leaders go, he's driving smooth, and none of those off tracks were actually Derek himself. None of his issues have been on him, and he is staying in the fight. So you got to give the guy a huge shout out. He is not giving an inch tonight.
Absolutely. Barrett having a good job. Blake Nguyen now comes into pit road from 3rd position. Best car out of the Jeff Edgar camp tonight. Tanner Kalin, by the way, just set his best lap of the day, 37.75. Remember, he pitted 5 laps ago on lap 104.
Interesting as we settle into the 3rd round of green flag pit stops, as Austin is now caught up to Noah Carpenter and is looking for a move on the high side. No, he's going to arc it in and try and shoot off the bottom, and there he goes. Down to the inside on Noah Carpenter, down into the bus stop. Will they do it side by side? Nope.
Ooh, man, that's tight.
Carpenter wisely backing out of that one.
Nice move from Noah as Austin Edwards takes the race lead away. Billy Snodgrass just set the quickest lap of the race, 37.67.
Fresh tires, and you know, before that pit stop, Billy was running down those top 4. If the strategies play out to where he is up there with these guys in the last part of the race, he is definitely going to be somebody to watch. He could be in the fight.
Carpenter inside in turn 1. He takes the lead back from Edwards.
Watched Edwards move the previous lap, said, you know what, I can do that. Sends it in.
Nice move from Noah once again. These two have had a great race so far. We got Friley around, and he's in the tires. I think that's the front straightaway, too.
Let's take...
And it was.
See if we can... Oh. Let's see if we can get a look on Friley. Down into the front straightaway, and... Oh, he clipped into the rocks and hard into the tires, but... You know what? It was 90% of that impact was just on the left side of the body. I think he might be okay.
And we also had an incident with PDJ Zeller. Take a look at this. In the bus stop, went way too fast. The car lost control, and he nearly got the fencing of the racetrack, which would have been major damage to Petey.
Oh, he was drifting out of the bus stop as he came through there. Through that first left-hander in the bus stop, the car was already out of shape. He hits the bump. It just unsettles it even more. But, man, you want to talk about an epic save? That was a drift Austin Edwards would be proud of.
Absolutely. So maybe Petey may be in victory lane tonight, you're saying.
I don't know if he'll make it to victory lane from where he is at, but, man, he is definitely out there to put on a show tonight.
Luke Turpin, Mason Foster, Alex Krapser, all in pit road.
Noah Carpenter, Austin Edwards, and Jonathan Bronson, the top 3. Still about 6-7 more laps to go before these guys go to pit road. And Zach Edwards last in on lap 76, now up into 4th. He's kind of splitting the gap between the two strategies.
Let's go to a battle for pit. Wow! Jeremy Gilliatt looking on Tanner Kalin. This is some wild races. You look again, they got to deal with Stephen Wetton.
Yeah, Wetton has somehow or another managed to give himself a lot of airtime, being in the middle of just about every battle we've seen here tonight. Billy Snodgrass in this battle now as well, back there behind Gilliatt and Kalin.
Been unbelievable to see here tonight, that's for sure.
And I did hear a lot of predictions about Snodgrass, expecting him to be one of the best, one of the guys to beat here tonight. He's managed to keep himself in the top 5 pretty much all night. So, you know, could come down to the end. He is definitely one to watch. He is one of the fastest out there. In fact, I think as of right now, he has the fastest lap of the night.
He does, 37.67. Still waiting on Carpenter, Edwards, and Bronson. Make their pit stop. Same with Jeremy Gilliatt as well. We continue to watch the battle for what is the race lead as of right now.
And Zach Edwards comes off pit road right as the leaders go by. That was a bit close, and that's kind of what we were talking about a few moments ago. That pit road exit under green flag stops is going to get very, very interesting every single stop here tonight. You know, these drivers coming off that that fast chicane on the front stretch, they've got to be a little nervous watching those cars coming out of pit road.
Oh, absolutely. You got to be very careful on those exits. You never know when somebody's got to merge back on. It could mess up your entry into turn 1, too.
Yeah, it's plus if somebody comes out of that front stretch chicane a little too fast, holy cow, Noah Carpenter! Oh my goodness, look at this!
This is tight, 3 wide into 1. They had to deal with the 51 of Sean Patrick, and Carpenter gets the racing line off the corner.
Wow, Austin almost looked to the inside there as he had that low line off the turn. Bronson way back behind, but Zach Edwards, who is on fresh tires, now right behind Austin.
Man, I don't know how they saved it.
I don't know. Those guys who were coming off pit road were extremely slow right there past the chicane. These guys were at full chat and just, that was some amazing driving to navigate.
Absolutely was. Got to give it up for them, that's for sure. So let's take a look at our XCAL Racing blimp shot as you watch the leaders. That, again, we are still waiting for them to come in.
Noah Carpenter just holding on. Zach Edwards now looking inside on Austin. And remember, he is a lap. Holy cow, they get close there.
Yeah.
Austin's like, no, I'm not going to give it back to you that easy, buddy. We may share the same last name, but I'm the better Edwards.
That you are. 119 laps are in the books. We also got a battle for 19th. Joe Campbell gets past Brent Meckes for the spot. We had a couple of drivers off track. Actually, one driver off track. It was Gerald Poole a couple moments ago. Taking a look, he pulled the PD, got on the grass in the bus stop, and he got the car sideways.
Let's take a look from the blimp shot of that one and see down through that bus stop, just gets wide, clips the grass. Schwartz is the luckiest driver on track tonight by a mile. Everything has happened directly in front of Jonathan Schwartz, and he has avoided all of it.
We also missed as well Sean Patrick spinning out on the front straightaway. That's why, no, I think that was why he was slow entering turn number 1, and that was the case why we had that huge mess.
And Austin Edwards is now on pit road. Expect Noah Carpenter and Jonathan Bronson. No, neither of them coming to pit road this time.
Well, they wait.
They've got a little bit more fuel, obviously, that they're going to try and burn off here. Meanwhile, Zach Edwards has slipped by the leader. As
Austin, by the way, has brought the car into pit road. Sorry.
Noah Carpenter getting by Thanos here, and Zach Edwards gets himself back. Gets one of his laps back here. So this Zach is definitely putting on a great run here tonight.
Again, still waiting on your top 2 to pit before we give you your full field rundown.
And holy cow, Noah had a close call with the 55 coming out of that chicane.
Yeah, you're right.
It was very, very close. Great save by both drivers. Noah Carpenter doing an excellent job avoiding chaos here tonight as well.
For sure, got another good battle. Matt Barrett, Luke Turpin, the teammates for 9th.
Matt having a good run. I really expected a lot more out of Matt as Noah Carpenter comes to pit road. Really expected Matt to be up in contention for this one here tonight. Maybe he will by the end of the night with a little strategy and a little luck. But, man, you know, he is such a good road racer. I'm surprised we're not seeing him further up right now.
Leaders in his pit box, Noah Carpenter. So now we wait on Jonathan Bronson, and Flopper comes into pit road as well. This should give Tanner Kalin the lead, if not Noah Carpenter possibly, by the time we cycle through everything with how fast Noah's been.
Billy Snodgrass will be second, Carson Barrett third, and Austin Edwards fourth as they run right now. We'll see how it plays out though, and Austin on those fresh tires starting to run down that 3-second gap on Carson Barrett. And what about Billy Snodgrass now up here into second? He's having an awesome run tonight.
He absolutely is. So that does give Snodgrass second. Tanner Kalin cycles back through in the race lead. Carson Barrett third. Austin Edwards jumps Noah Carpenter up to 4th position. That's a big moment there. Of course, I mentioned Carpenter 5th. Blake Nguyen is 6th. Jonathan Bronson 7th. He goes back to 8th. Blake Nguyen takes 7th spot away.
Blake Nguyen, again, we talked about at the top of the race that Blake Nguyen is not known as being a road racer, but look at him go tonight. He's currently running in 6th.
Absolutely. How about that for Blake?
And he's one of those youngins like you. I mean, I think Blake is, what, 13, 14 years old?
Yeah. I think. I don't know. Anyway, Austin Everts, by the way, just set his best lap, 37.88. Well, it's that time once again in the race to take a look at our full field rundown, and that's brought to you by Alloy Wheel Repair Specialists of the Upstate. No matter where you live, with nationwide wheel repair service, we have a location to repair or paint your alloy rims. From minor cosmetic damage to complete restoration, Alloy Wheel Repair Specialist offers professional and affordable alloy rim repair. We can straighten and refinish wheels with the custom color of your choice. If your rims are beyond repair, we have access to the best quality OEM replacements. To learn more, visit their website at awrsrepair.com. So Tanner Kalin, the Road Ringer, is out in front, and it is Telesign TV number 88. Good return run for him. In fact, I believe if I look through the stats correctly, the last time Tanner Kalin made a start in XCAL Racing, you got to go back to North Wilkesboro earlier on the season on June 21st.
Oh!
Finished in 31st place. Mason Foster has gone around.
Whoa.
Hold that thought.
There
right
was,
off of Kalin, I think.
There was some chaos there. Let's take a quick look at the replay here. Mason Foster down into the corner side by side with the 88. Slips by. And no, he just sent it in too deep. When he gets onto the brakes, he gets sideways. What a save by Tanner, because he caught a piece of that.
And that's a big help for Billy Snodgrass as well, because Billy just took the race lead away. So nice job for Billy Snodgrass at the moment, who's been running very well in these past few XCAL races, has always been a contender to win. So that puts Kaitlyn back into second spot. Just had PDJ Zeller go off the track along with Brent Meckes. You've got Carson Barrett currently right in third. That is a great run for the driver of the 062. Carson making his first XCAL racing start of this season. Of course, Austin Everts right in fourth position. Always a threat coming off of last week's win. He's looking for win number 9 of the season. Noah Carpenter. Close calls there with Chris Johnson as he runs in the 5th position.
I think Chris just said, "I'm not pleased," and gave him a little tap as they went off into the horseshoe.
Give him a little love tap there.
Chris gets loose off the horseshoe.
Yeah. Getting back at it with this, it is Blake Nguyen that currently runs in 7th position. The driver normally who runs well on super speedways, up 5 positions for the drop of the green flag. Jonathan Bronson has been near the front the entire race. He currently runs in 7th spot. And then you got an 8th position, but a quiet night as well for Zach Edwards, who has dropped 4 positions from the drop of the green flag. Luke Turpin, Matt Barrett, 9th and 10th. Congratulations to Luke Turpin, by the way, making his 70th start, the all-time leader. Matt Barrett making his 45th start tonight. Then you've got Alex Krapser, who's also had a quiet night. He's down 6 positions, running in 11th position. Mason Foster is 12th. And then you've got in 13th Adam Gilliard. Krapser through Adam would be the first 3 drivers that would get the wave around if a yellow flag were to fly. Jeremy Gilliard currently runs in the 14th position. Nice run for Jeremy here so far tonight. Biggest mover of this race is up 22 spots. That's Jonathan Schwartz, who runs in the 15th position. You got Sean Andrews, who's had a quiet night. He runs in 16th. Jim Johnson is in 17th. Those 2 drivers just minding their own business, along with JB Smooth. Matt Pelletier also minding his own business, currently in 18th. It's been a wild night for him as well. Got Ryan Seams, who's been quiet in 19th, and Stephen Wetton, who has been one of the chicanes out there on the racetrack, but he's up 12 positions, currently running in 20th. I'm sure Wetton will like that for sure, Doug.
And Mr. Will PD himself currently runs up in 21st after some wild moments not too long ago in an epic save. Robert Colgan has probably been the quietest tonight, stayed out of trouble, but holds on back in 22nd. Jose Godino starting to come alive in 23rd. Joe Campbell holding on to 24th and trying to make his way forward up 3 spots. Brent Meckes up 10 spots into 25th, despite having been in that incident a moment ago through the horseshoe. And I have to give Brent a shout out because he's got the gnome picture. My girlfriend's favorite little thing is gnomes. Albie Hewins runs in 26. Albie's had a rough night. Glad to see him hanging on. Thanos in 27th. Another guy with an epic save. Great job by him in the Kings of Thrash car. Derek Colson has had the worst luck of all tonight. Still holding on to 28, up 8 spots. If he could get through a couple of laps clean, or a single run without getting a bump, he might be able to make some moves. Greg Holes currently runs in 29th, and Sean Patrick in 30th. Chris Johnson 31st. John Friley off track in 32nd. The rest of the field, Stephen Rex, Travis Sukup, Jeff Edgar, Don Jordan, and Brad Eblay.
Today's race is brought to you by the XCAL Racing web shop at xcalracing.com/shop. For all things XCAL Racing, newest products include XCAL Green Socks at $11.95. NextCal Will PD 520-piece jigsaw puzzle for $29.95. Definitely recommend that. And XCAL Racing AirPods case for only $14.95. Sim Racer Hub is the official statistics provider of XCAL Racing if you run or manage an iRacing league. Let Sim Racer Hub do all the work for you when it comes to calculating points and stats. Learn more at simracerhub.com. If you want to be a super fan of XCAL Racing, get access to our exclusive Discord and more, make sure you become a super fan on the XCAL Racing Patreon page. Go to patreon.com and search up XCAL Racing. You must be 18 or older to view the content. And finally, Victory Lane is brought to you by Fuel Factor X, which is presented by KMU Trucking and Excavating. Fuel Factor X, the Victory Lane of XCAL Racing. The unique Fuel Factor X formula containing multiple ingredients, each designed for a specific purpose. It's like superfood for your engine. It has an all-in-one solution, prolongs engine life and reduces wear, increases fuel economy, reduces harmful emissions and pollutant, and improves vehicle performance and horsepower. Learn more at howtosavonfuel.com. And to purchase it, go to mydailychoice.com/DeCarlo Buckeyes. Billy Snodgrass is in the pits there, Doug.
Yep, he is in already, but now becomes the strategy game once again here as Tanner Kalin and Austin Edwards have the top 2 spots, but Tanner 4.7 seconds ahead. And Austin's got a handful. Noah looking back to the inside. We've seen this movie before. Here we go. Into the bus stop. Side by side. They touch. Oh, they're both out of shape. Austin hits the bump, pulls, keeps the throttle down, and goes. Great save. Noah almost sliding off into the grass. Great save by him. Holy crap.
That was very tight indeed. That is a holy crap moment for sure. Jonathan Bronson, Derek Colson, Alec. We had a lot of drivers go off track. Let's see here. What happened with Jonathan Bronson? Take a look at him here first off. And, ooh, I think, did he get punted from behind? He did, off to 22.
On the Flaming Karma replay. Oh, he does. The 22 just comes up as he tries to get that wide run. That is the second time Bronson has been caught up on somebody's nose tonight.
And then Derek Colson caught the grass with the left rear. That sent him sideways. Then he had Alex Crapser and Stephen Wetton. See, Schwartz got loose first into Alex Crapser, which sent the 29 sideways and just touches the wall. Then for Stephen Wetton, take a look on his end as I want to say he went off track, and he did.
Crapser goes off the nose of Schwartz, and somehow no gravel right where he was. He gets it back. Oh, there's a close call as Crapser gets back out on track as well. But great driving by everybody, and most of these guys, no harm, no foul. They lose a spot or two, lose a little momentum, but the cars are still in one piece.
Leaders in the pits, and we'll watch it here on Side by Side. Stay with us here at Texas. Austin Edwards takes the race lead.
This is my good friend who had cancer when we were really little, and he was able to beat it through early detection, and now he just recently graduated from Santa Clara.
My dad was diagnosed with cancer my freshman year of high school. Thanks to early detection, he now gets to see me graduate from college.
"8 years ago, my mom was diagnosed with cancer, but thanks to early detection, I'll get to spend this Christmas with her."
My dad was diagnosed with cancer when I was 10, and he passed away soon after. Maybe if we had early detection, he would have been able to be there to walk me down the aisle.
Early detection saves lives.
We have completed 144 laps. Austin Edwards currently leads on Noah Carpenter. That's the battle for the race lead, but we need to go watch a couple of replays here because we had a situation where Derek Colson and Chris Johnson got together. Colson turned around Chris Johnson, and then Johnson got payback, and then that involved another driver that had none of the business to deal with.
All right, here we go off into the turn, and looks like Chris just turns down a little bit as Colson gets the nose in. They get together and they go on around. Colson gets rolling first, and Chris starts to try and catch up. And about a lap later, as Chris not that far behind, you see Colson going. Colson goes wide and lets the lead lap cars go by, and right behind the next car is coming Chris Johnson, and I think Chris might have been hunting on this one.
Yeah, he was. He has not been happy with the way he's been getting raced tonight, and just got too frustrated and took it all out on Derek Colson there, right there, that's for sure. So,
you know, it's worth noting Chris Johnson had a 3-race suspension earlier in the season. So here we see Chris coming down. He gets down to the inside on Colson. They touch doors, and they are just slamming each other through that final horseshoe. And right behind them, 2 cars trying to come by. They are locked in battle. And, yeah. The 95 catches a piece of it, unfortunately. What a strange turn of events, and Adam Gilliott really comes out on the short end of the stick on that.
Absolutely, that does remind me. I do want to take a look at the Will Petey penalties from last week and see if anything happened there.
And while that was going on, we were watching that epic battle between Austin Edwards and Noah Carpenter. They were switching for about an entire lap. They just kept switching positions. It was getting a little bit crazy just how good that battle was. Let's take a quick look back at some of these moves. As Austin goes off into that first turn and Noah Carpenter shoots it in, outbrakes him. Austin just sees the outbreak coming, turns back down underneath Noah, and Derek Colson is coming back up on the track right there. Austin pulls ahead, not for long. They get inches apart. I think there was even some touching through the backstretch chicane. Back down into that final horseshoe. These two are putting on quite a show tonight. And Noah Carpenter, for a guy who's not here week in and week out, is making Austin work for it tonight.
We've got somebody blinking on the racetrack. Aaron Hillovich just giving a warning out here on lap 150 as Well, when we are past the halfway point here at Texas Motor Speedway. Carson Barrett now the quickest guy in the racetrack. 37.65 last lap. Best lap of the race.
Carson definitely has had a great night here tonight. Currently sitting in ninth, but again, the top two have not been to pit road yet.
Absolutely. So we're still waiting on that. Remember, they pitted 10 laps beforehand on the leaders, so Luke Turpin now brings the 454 into pit road. I think a lot of drivers are trying to set up in the second half the strategy headed into the final laps.
Well, road racing is a lot like chess. You start at the finish line and you work backwards. You have to do your calculations backwards and you have to see what it's going to take to get the job done. And hey, I'm loving seeing all those thumbs up popping up on Facebook. Keep it up.
Really, the more thumbs up, the more viewers we can get.
And here comes Zach Edwards in for his pit stop. Remember, on that last couple of stops, Zach has started stretching. He pitted with everybody under that first stop and has since been stretching a little more every stop. I think he is actually working on trying to reach a point where he has one less pit stop. And the 18 has caught up to one of his teammates now. That ought to help him just a little bit as the 48 pulls between him and Noah Carpenter.
Absolutely. Jim Johnson could be a big factor. He slowed up Noah Carpenter just a little bit, but remember, he's got to let him go because I believe he is over 2 laps down, and he is. He is 3 laps down at the moment. Got another good battle happening. Matt Bear against Luke Turpin for 10th.
Turpin, I do believe, just came off pit road. Matt has not yet been in. Turpin has that tire advantage here, but man, I have to wonder about Matt Bear's strategy here. He has kind of been, he pitted about 10 laps before. I'm really surprised to not see him further up, and I'm surprised he is not trying any real big strategy moves here. He is just running it pretty much a normal race here.
Absolutely. I think that is the key right now. Austin's increased the gap as well to 1 second on Noah Carpenter. A couple of drivers off track here. Greg Holes and Jose Godino. Let's take a look and see what happened here. I think there were 2 separate incidents. Greg in the bus stop. Oh my goodness, how close he came to getting that same tire barrier that
Chris got into earlier.
Yeah, that Chris got into earlier. And then looking off of Jose Godino.
And did you see who Holes got into as he came back up on track?
I did not see it.
The hard luck award for tonight definitely goes to Derek Colson.
Let's take a look at these incident points. Who's got the most? I've got Tanner Kalin. All right, place your bet. What do you think it is without going over for Tanner? What do you think it is?
Oh, let's see. Tanner's kind of been up and down. He slid around. I'm going to say upwards of 80.
You're close. You're actually close. It's 96.
I'm not surprised. We're seeing these guys cut everywhere they can cut. They're doing everything they can here to get an advantage, and man, it's definitely been an exciting battle.
Chris Johnson 60, Luke Turpin 50. Only one driver with 0x, and that is Robert Colgan.
Hey, John Brancaccio saying hi.
Hello to Johnny B. Hope you're doing well, man. We got a battle for the race lead. Austin Edwards and Noah Carpenter once again.
Noah really ran him down. You know, it's almost, well, you see a lot of times in road racing, guys just slow up for a lap, let the tires cool back down, and then they come flying back forward. These two are on pretty much the same pit strategy, pretty much the same tire situation. But a smart move by Noah Carpenter. But now in this lap traffic, can Noah use one of these lap cars to his advantage, make a move to the high side? Not yet. He gets by Joe. And wow. Man, what a run Noah's having.
Brent Meckes is the driver that's been getting warned about blinking. Second warning just came from Busch. It's almost a bumper from Noah Carpenter to Austin Edwards for the lead.
These guys have put on such a great show, and you know, as tired as they've got to be getting at this point, halfway through this race, they are getting a bit worn out. You know, Austin and Noah both sitting there smiling. They've shown each other a ton of respect tonight. They've given each other quite a battle, and man, it's going to be an awesome night regardless who comes out on top, and I guarantee you both of these drivers are very, very happy with the way things are going.
Absolutely. Let's go to another battle, by the way. Robert Colgan and Joe Campbell. This is behind the leaders. That is for 20th, and they got to deal with Matt Pelletier, the better car as well.
Matt Pelletier has definitely had an interesting night. We've seen him around a couple of times. Been punted once or twice, but still holding on to 18th place and trying to make his way forward. And he has not exactly had a slow car.
Austin Edwards has brought the car into pit road, so that gives Noah Carpenter the race lead once again. And Joe Campbell letting more drivers go by. Just let Stephen Wetton go by. Brent Meckes in pit road to figure out his blinking issues, his internet issues.
Billy Snodgrass now up into 4th, trying to make his way forward. Right, but holy cow, Billy was way out of shape through the bus stop and still kept his foot in it and gained on Noah Carpenter.
Oh, so close, and he pit on lap 136, so he is 1 lap down. So still waiting on the top two rather, as Edwards is in.
I'm really surprised with the incident Bronson had earlier. I'm surprised he is sticking it out, but guarantee you he saved a little bit of fuel throughout that incident and getting the car rolling again. He might be able to stretch it a little further here.
So Austin comes out. Bronson now in, so we wait for Noah Carpenter, who I think could be the race leader by the time his pit stop ends. But when the time his pit stop ends, I think we'll probably have the guys that came in first in about maybe 10 laps or so.
Yeah, this pit strategy is definitely playing out in some of these guys' favor, that they're stretching this. There's guys that are able to get up there, get back to the lead lap, and you know, get a lap lead or two here and there, pick up some positions. But the guys that are stretching this fuel mileage to its absolute limit, look at Billy. Sends it almost into the bumper of Noah Carpenter trying to get his lap back.
And he can do that as well because he is a lap down, only 1 lap down right now behind Noah. So that is legal in XCAL racing.
And yeah, here we go. He shoots to the bottom. He's going back to the lead lap. Currently, Billy is scored in 2nd place. He is looking to make something happen here. And now it's going to be a drag race. Billy on fresher tires. Noah's not going to fight him on this one.
Good move from Noah there. Better safe than sorry at the moment. Billy is ahead by 6.7 seconds on Tanner Kalin, for those guys wondering. So this could be a race that comes down to between Carpenter, Edwards, and Snodgrass based on how you look at the strategy. We just had John Friley go off track. He is spun out. Let's take a look at the replay. This is in the 2nd horseshoe. Oh, he was about to turn down a hose, but realized he was there, so he just darted left and off the track.
Yeah, he was way up. He was in the grass as well, coming toward that final horseshoe. So gets a little bit of that grass, slides off the track, and recovers the car, but loses a lot of ground. Riley, another one who's had no luck tonight.
Riley, I think he's coming in this time. If not, he was letting leaders go by, and that's what he was doing. He was letting the leaders go past. So no battles on the racetrack. Let's talk about Billy, though, while at it. Could get his first XCAL racing win if everything works out his way. Same with Noah Carpenter. What would it mean to them tonight? Actually, hold that thought. Matt Barrett went off track for about 3 seconds, but he is good. Currently in 10th. So go ahead, Doug.
You know, that would be a big night. Getting a win in XCAL at any point in time it would be awesome, but if you're a guy like Billy or a guy like Noah, man, it would be just an awesome, awesome night to get your first win, especially at a place like this that has been so tricky and taken out so many contenders. Greg Holes just had a big incident. Looking at the Flaming Karma Paint Shop replay. Oh, the 88.
That's fun.
The 88 just yeets him to the infield.
Yep, and they had to deal with John Fry, so maybe Holes got on the brakes there.
May very well have been. There was definitely a disparity in the speed.
Yeah.
Worth noting, Noah Carpenter has finally come to pit road. Now the question is, nope, Billy Snodgrass is going to come by and take the lead. And I do believe this is his first time leading tonight.
His second, I think, actually. He led earlier on in this race.
So Billy Snodgrass back to the lead, and I believe he was christened Billy the Kid earlier this week during the heats.
Yep. PDJ Zeller gave him that nickname, I believe. So Billy the Kid out in front of 5 positions from the drop of the green flag. Had Mason Foster go off track a couple of moments ago again. I think, yeah, they just caught the left tires with the grass, and that was it. So that kind of affected his racing line for just a split second. So we're good there. Best battle on racetrack. Let's go to Luke Turpin and Jonathan Bronson for 8th. So Bronson has faded back a lot tonight. What's been going on with him there tonight? What do you think, Doug?
You know, it's hard to say. Bronson obviously has been caught in a couple issues, been knocked around a little bit, but he is still managing to hold on to a top 10 run, and that's what he's got to do here tonight. He's doing a great job, but man, he has definitely had a rough night for a guy who's been up in the top 5 earlier on in the race. Oh, and Bronson's
there. They
I-
got to deal with Tanner Kalin too, and they can race him because he is a lap down.
And you know something interesting about this is I think Bronson's temper might be. We talked about how the second half of the race tempers would start to flare and those accidental bumps would become a little bit more intentional. I think Bronson's reached that point. After that last time he got knocked off the track, he got the car around quickly, he got going again, but you could tell he just started driving more aggressively here, and he is pushing that car harder.
Yeah, you see Turpin just let Bronson go by. He knows he's the better car. Billy Snodgrass now brings his car into pit road. So that should give Tanner Kalin the race lead back, and we expect him in 5 laps. Brent Meckes just was given his final warning to fix the internet, or else he will be called into pit road.
And that would be the end of the night, and a shame. Brent Meckes has had a really, really difficult night tonight, so you know, it just is kind of the icing on the cake for him, so to speak. It just has not been his night tonight.
Absolutely. Meckes currently scored in 27th position. So Snodgrass in the pits still. Go ahead, Doug.
Sean Andrews just had a moment and went off track. I was just going to take a look and see what happened down through the chicane. Sean was sending it really, really, really hard through that high-speed chicane and ends up a little bit loose through the first corner. And by the time he comes out of that second corner, he's backwards in the grass as the sun is back out over the track.
Yeah, that was a tight and very close call there for Sean Andrews. So Andrews currently running in 17th position. So Billy Snodgrass is back out, currently scored in 9th position with 30 laps of better tires than Tanner Kalin, 10 better than Austin Everett and Noah Carpenter. Ooh, man, Snodgrass driving it deep there, dealing with the 22 of Jeremy Gilliatt. Adams in the pits. So have one driver have their best lap of the day. That's Albert Hewins, 38.64. But a tough night for Albie, currently scored in 25th position.
Yeah, Albie definitely had some problems earlier on and got knocked off the track a couple of times. He is just looking to recover here and make something of the night, at least in the perspective of getting some points for his team.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Austin is back up into second and Carpenter in third. Now they're about 4.5 seconds apart, and the question becomes, can they catch each other? Will they end up battling again here before long?
Snodgrass, by the way, just hit the fastest lap of the race. We are now at a 37.60. Could we hit 59 or under by the end of the night tonight?
Oh, well, you know, they did that on a really shaded lap. I don't know if they'll get how much faster they're going to get, especially with the sun back out. But if the sun comes back down at the right time when they, you know, anything is possible on fresh tires. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Tanner Kalin continuing to lead. Austin in second is gaining on him now, 2 seconds behind.
Another good battle on track is Sean Andrews and Matt Pelletier. That's the battle for 17th. Let's watch this after Sean went off track.
And there you see Noah Carpenter right there in the mix. He's got to be very, very careful to not get caught up in something that happens here. And we've talked about it all night long. Lap traffic could be a deciding factor here tonight.
See Pelletier's got to deal with that lap car as well. It's to be the faster car, I should say, of Noah Carpenter.
Moves aside, lets him get by for the moment.
And here we go once again. Pelletier's got the pass working for now.
Austin has gone back to the lead. He has gotten past Tanner.
Yep, you're right.
Watching
got that to work. Let me see if we can get a replay on that.
We've seen Austin set up numerous passes here tonight, and I think he might have learned a few tricks from Noah Carpenter tonight as well that he didn't know. Down through that final horseshoe, he gets down to the inside, Tanner up to the high side, and I think Tanner is on pit road. Noah Carpenter now back into second.
Yep, Tanner did come in, so the gap between Austin and Noah is set at 5.1 seconds. Your best battle on track is for 8th, Luke Turpin and Billy Snodgrass.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Billy start coming up some more spots here. Obviously, with pit stops underway, pit strategy playing out, he'll pick up a few along the way here, but I think Billy's still got some more speed in that car, and he is right behind the leader, trying to put himself on the lead lap again.
Just had Zach Edwards go off track. I'm taking a look to see if he caught the grass of the exit to turn one. He did.
Zach, who was in contention earlier in the night, having a rough go of it the second half of this race. He gets down into that first horseshoe and just swings wide. We've seen we've seen about 4 different approaches to that first horseshoe tonight, and I think the going in on the high end and coming out, or late apexing and coming off low is the way to go, like we've seen Austin Edwards doing.
Matt Barrett brings his car into pit road. Billy Snodgrass just got past Luke Turpin for 7th position, for those wondering. And Snodgrass now trying to get past the worn tires of Austin Edwards. That's by 9 laps for those wondering. There's some contact there, and there's some smoke in front of the leaders. I'm not too sure from who.
Jonathan Schwartz had to lock up his brakes going into that final horseshoe, and yeah, that's where your smoke came from. It got a little sketchy.
Oh! Snodgrass almost took Edwards all the way to the apron. This could get tight with Jose Gaudino as he's 3 wide.
Wow, Gaudino wisely just rolls out a hair, lets him get by, but man, that got...
Trouble, Mason Foster has crashed.
And it looks like Chris Johnson also had an off track. Let's see if they were involved together.
It was not.
Chris Johnson just gets out into the grass and goes around. cuts through and manages to save the car. Meanwhile, what happened with Mason? Down.
He caught the grass.
Yeah, he catches the grass through the bus stop. Runs a little wide and, has to check up hard to not get into Petey's bumper. And look at Ryan Seams managing to avoid that. Great save.
Oh, so close there. Let's go to Zach Edwards and Jonathan Bronson for fifth.
Bronson is now caught up to Zach Edwards. This is going to be an interesting fight here as well. Both drivers have been through the ringer tonight and still managing to stay in the top 10.
Nice job from Edwards holding off Bronson for right now. 180 laps are complete here as Austin Evers leads Noah Carpenter, Carson, Barrett, Blake Nguyen, and Zach Edwards. Stay with us as we go side by side.
Are you ready to chase the moonlight? Community-based and talent-driven, Moonlight Speed Concepts has what you need to take your iRacing experience to the next level. Founded by passionate owners that care about the community and housing some of the top setup builders and drivers on the platform, Moonlight Speed Concepts offers custom paints, driver coaching, and setups for dirt, asphalt short track racing, and eNASCAR competition. Partnered with top brands in both real world and simulation. Follow us on Facebook or visit moonlightspeed.com and find out why these businesses chase the moonlight and why you should too. Moonlight Speed Concept, where all we chase is moonlight.
We've got 90 laps to go here in the XCAL Racing Web Shop 240 here at the Texas Motor Speedway Road Course. Don't forget to join us here next week as we head to Rockingham, North Carolina, which should be a fun one at 7:30 p.m. on the networks of How to Suck at iRacing on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. That should be a fun one to watch out for. I love going to Rockingham, Doug.
There's already been a lot of these drivers, especially EHP guys, they race in the Jones BS Racing League. Last night, post-race, we're sitting around talking, and these guys were talking a lot of smack already about next week. Everybody obviously planning and discussing this week, but their focus right now is Rockingham. And every driver, I guarantee you, every XCAL driver is going to be trying to qualify for that one because everybody loves going to Rockingham.
It's round number 26 of the season for 350 laps, so you don't want to miss that at all. So, miss nothing during the break. We've got 4 drivers on the lead lap. Austin Evers continuing to lead on Noah Carpenter, Billy Snodgrass, and Jonathan Bronson. Best battle on track, Luke Turpin, as he tries to close in on Zach Edwards for 5th, and Edwards has got heavy lap traffic to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen this, some of these groups really start to, holy cow! Noah Carpenter caught up in this mess.
And he's losing time to Austin Edwards. Gap is 2.8 seconds for those wondering.
Yeah, Noah's really got some problems here. And here comes Turpin into pit road.
So Luke comes in from 5th. That gives Zach Edwards the spot.
Meanwhile, Noah Carpenter has to get past Ryan Seen and Blake Nguyen just almost to Noah's back bumper there. They're not even on the same lap. Noah gets by Ryan, Noah gets by Thanos and pulls ahead. And Blake Nguyen wisely just following Noah Carpenter through. If you want to get to the front, you need to get in the draft of either Noah Carpenter or Austin Edwards. You're going to pass everybody you need to.
Absolutely. Zach Edwards now brings his car into pit road. We should expect Austin Edwards and Noah Carpenter within the next 10 to 15 laps or so.
Yep, and this strategy really starting to play out. I was trying to figure it out. I think there will be a point where Noah Carpenter and Austin Edwards' strategy will cycle around in such a way that they'll actually be hitting pit road on one of the final stops at the same time as everybody else. So that's going to make for a little bit of chaos as well. You know they have to have thought through this and how they're going to make that work, but man, it's about to get really, really dicey. We're seeing packs of cars starting to form and battle it out. We're going to see a mess on pit road these last few stops. And we are looking at 2 more.
I think when we look at the top 2, I think we are looking at a 2-stop race to the end.
Definitely are, and it's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Absolutely. One driver just had this, but their best lap of the day, Jose Gaudino, just went 38.53, currently running in 24th position. Let's go over here to 9th. Zach Edwards, Luke Turpin again.
Yeah, This is a very similar situation to what we've seen out of Noah and Austin tonight. These two have been at it since the beginning, but both drivers have a lot of respect for each other and are giving each other room. They're not beating and banging, but they are racing each other hard and clean. And both of them have had to check up more than once to avoid the other one, but it just goes to show the respect that these top drivers have.
Absolutely, and how about Zach Edwards though this season? If you're new to the series, he has had an incredible season so far. 4 wins, I believe all those wins were consecutive as well too, if I recall correctly.
Yes, they were 4 consecutive wins. The first time it's ever been done. The previous record was set by Austin Edwards with 2 consecutive wins as Jose Gaudino, after setting his fastest lap, goes off and comes on right in front of Turpin and Edwards.
Taking a look to see what caused that. I think it was on the exit. He just put too much gas in it coming off of turn 1.
Yeah, we've seen that play out a lot tonight, guys. Just a little too much throttle on corner exit, and you run into some big, big problems.
Absolutely. So Zach still trying to fight back on Luke Turpin. They'll each gain a spot as you see the 22 of Jeremy Gilliatt come into pit road.
Austin Edwards has caught up to Jonathan Bronson now, and I don't think that's going to be an easy move to make. I think Bronson's going to fight him every step of the way. Billy Snodgrass not far ahead. Austin almost gets into Bronson there. And while he is battling, Noah Carpenter has started to close the gap back down.
John Andrews and Gerald Poole both went off track in different situations. Taking a look at Thanos here. as this was going into the second. Oh, yeah, way off the track on Thanos' end, but then got it back going. As for Sean Andrews, trying to see if he spun, and he did. He caught, oh my goodness, he had the hardest shot we've had this evening. Take a look at the replay on Sean Andrews. He clips the gravel and the curbing all together, just tries to shortcut it, and that just freaks the car out, and a hard shot into the tires. Look at that.
He is, we almost need to ask him if he's okay to go to the Infield Medical Care Center just to see if Sean Andrews is okay, because that was one hell of a hard lick.
I don't even know if he was in the gas or what, but that was very heavy.
You know what, let's see, if you get easily queasy or get car sick, you might want to turn away for a minute. Let's ride along with Sean Andrews here. He is mid-throttle. He is feathering the throttle, but he is on it and just a hard lick.
Yep. Never want to be a part of that, and Sean Andrews' night will come to an end after that.
You know what? I was thinking that too, but think about that early incident by Chris Johnson and how quickly he got back out. Sean is a contender this season, not for the championship, but he is still way up there in the points. We could see him repair that car, get it out here, and limp it back around for a little bit.
Man, that car just like snapped when that caught the tire barrier. Went from one angle completely to the other.
It really did.
That was nasty. So I've been watching many different angles of this. So we get back into the action here. Still Austin Edwards leading.
And looks like as that Blake Nguyen keeps trying to get back by the leader to get back a lap here. Hasn't been able to yet, but man, Austin better be careful. He is still trying to get past Bronson, who is being aggressively in the way. I don't think it's Bronson's actually sitting there blocking. I think he's just doing everything he can to hold his position. Meanwhile, Blake Nguyen is trying to... Oh, Austin comes to pit road.
Yep,
and it becomes a moot point.
Yep, Austin's in for his penultimate stop of the evening. Should have one more, and then he'll be good to go for the rest of the way. So Noah Carpenter is out in front. Just had Gerald Poole pass Robert Colgan for 24th. Continuing on with Robert Colgan. He's still the only driver out there with 0x, 25th, but he's having a clean night tonight.
Man, you got to give it to Robert. I mean, to have a clean driver in this race is really, really impressive given the way this race is going.
Absolutely.
And if he gets lucky, keeps that car clean the way he has with no incident points, something is bound to happen to help him pick up a few spots before this one is over. If he could get up there into the top 15, you never know what could happen. He could get in the money. It could be the only driver to make money out of tonight's race.
Yeah, who knows? If he can get in the top 20, that's a money-making day.
It definitely is as they continue to go at it here.
Continuing on here, watching Bronson as he makes his way into pit road from third.
Billy Snodgrass still out in second place. Noah Carpenter in the lead. Both of them looking for pit road here shortly. I believe Carpenter will be in about the next, based on his previous stop, about 4 more laps. Billy probably about another 7. And what a night for Noah Carpenter. Didn't we say
yeah.
this? Oh, Gerald Poole has crashed.
Uh-oh.
Let's see what happened. It looks like the same thing we saw a few moments ago, except no grass this time. He just gets wide. He heads to pit road, but almost stops at the entrance. I wonder if he just had to stop to get his speed down.
I think that's what it was.
Not one to get a speeding penalty here could be fatal.
Absolutely. That costs you just so much time, especially with the 38-second lap times you see here at Texas Motor Speedway.
And it looks like Billy Snodgrass is in. That leaves Noah Carpenter out in the lead.
So Austin Edwards pitted on lap 198, just waiting for Carpenter, who pitted on lap 165. So he is working on a 37-lap stint. He can go up to 40 here tonight. He's been very good on fuel. I think Carpenter is going to be the guy to beat if you want a chance at winning this race here.
Yeah,
you're going to have to put him into making a mistake.
Looking back to my notes, I think Carpenter did his first run was 41 laps. His second run was 42, and it's been 41 ever since. So I think he can go even a little bit further now at this point in the race. Oh, Noah Carpenter just started blinking.
Oh, boy.
That could be a huge game changer here.
Absolutely. If it does, it could help out Austin Edwards get win 9 of the season. Or maybe be a threat for possibly Tanner Kalin. Austin Edwards, 37.54. First 54 lap we have seen here today at Texas Motor Speedway. What a lap for him.
As he pedals his way up past Billy Snodgrass now. Billy's still trying to fight back, but just not a lot to do there. It's going to be difficult for Billy to get around him here. And now they're about to be up in lap traffic again.
Whoa, look at Edwards and Snodgrass blocking the crap out of each other. There's a bumper from Billy. Trying to send him wide up. Wow.
That's probably not the wisest move, because as long as Austin Edwards can hold his position until he gets there to the 48, Jim Johnson's probably going to give him a hand.
Absolutely. You see Johnson ahead in car number 48.
Yeah, Jared, we are aware it's been something we've been working on for the last week, and hopefully we can get it figured out before next week, but it's been a struggle.
Absolutely.
And look at this. Edwards just lets him by. Oh, but now he's stuck in the middle, 3 wide. Jim backs out of it.
Ooh,
Austin's coming back.
Oh, man, and Snodgrass gets past.
Oh, Snodgrass gets the curbing really hard there and manages to hold on to it.
Shuts the door on Austin Edwards in the corner. There's a little bit of a bumper to Thanos Poole, who lets them go by as he nearly caught the grass. Keep that in mind. That's not for position. Snodgrass was a lap down before Austin Edwards.
Yeah, now Snodgrass is trying to get himself back to the lead lap, back in contention. If anybody can do it at this point, it's honestly going to be Billy. He is having a great night here tonight.
Absolutely, a night that he should not be ashamed of for sure. Carpenter's in the pits, so we'll see what happens here. About a minute on pit road altogether, so that should give Tanner Kalin the race lead back. But he'll have to make, if we look here, 85, 95, 05, 15, 25, 35, 45, 55. He'll have to make 2 more stops. I think Carpenter can make it just
Billy
on
Snodgrass is off track.
And he's gone around. I'm not sure off of who, though. He lost it all by himself. Wheel hopped it into turn number 1.
Oh, what a heartbreak. Billy, he manages to save it and keep it going, but almost gets into Thanos, almost gets hit by Jim Johnson.
Very tight.
A heartbreak.
Yeah, absolutely. Still reigning in 6th, though. That's still okay on his end. Matt Bear now has gone off the track. And he is taking a big shortcut. He just pulled a Chastain. Just overdrove the bus stop and shortcuts. That could be interesting to see if he has to slow down per the iRacing rules. I think he'll have to. And we have Stephen Wetton that has crashed. We'll take a look at the Flaming Karma Paint Shop replay. See what happened. He's got Brunson next to him.
Yeah, out of that final horseshoe, and the leader just coming by.
He just got the curbing.
Oh, he did. And, look, you've got the 960 coming off pit road, the 95 coming by. They both barely avoid it.
Very close call for those drivers. So believe it's going to be 66 laps to go this time by for Austin Edwards here. A lot of racing left to go. We got a battle on our hands for 19. Stephen Wetton, PDJ Zeller. Zeller's got to run down to the inside. Oh, hang on, PD. Dirt tracks it off at turn 1 and makes the pass.
Yeah, PD now up into 19th, doing a really awesome job here tonight. He's had some struggles here and there, but managed to stay. Oh, Wetton! He just sends it.
A bumper.
He just dove into that turn, went for the dive bomb move, but could not make it stick.
That got tight, and that got way too close. All right, so Austin Edwards leads by about 2 seconds on Tanner Kalin. So let's play a guessing game now. Give me Tanner Kalin's incident level.
Wow, I'm going to say it was close to 80 last time, probably 100 at this point.
Yep, you're close once again. It's 118.
And I'm willing to bet Austin's down around in the teens at this point.
Let me take a look. 118 times 0.25. Tanner Kalin would lose $29.50, so he would not get paid at all for this. He would just make Robert Colgan lose some money.
Yeah, but as Tanner Kalin comes into pit road.
Yep. Luke Turpin's the second highest at 82. Chris Johnson, number 3 at 81. Derek Colson is actually at 34 rocks, but he's out of the race.
And that is a heartbreak for Derek, man. He had a good car early on. Just some problems early on, got caught up and sent off track. It set him behind right off the bat. And then every time the lead pack came around, somebody gave him a bumper, somebody moved him, and just on the short end of the stick all night.
Absolutely. So Kalin's in for his penultimate stop. Again, Austin Edwards leads, and he only has to go one stop the distance. He last put on lap 198, 208, 218, 228, 238 is when we would expect him. And that would put him the distance. So the window for the drivers opens to make the final stops at around lap 235 or so.
And I think we'll see everybody in between lap 235 and 240. I don't think we'll see any stretching, because once the first one comes, first lead, holy cow, as Austin comes by Chris coming off pit road, I don't think we're going to see anybody make an attempt at stretching at that last bit. Once the fastest cars start to come in for fresh tires, they're not going to want to be caught behind the 8-ball.
Edwards leading by 7.4 seconds on Noah Carpenter. Let's go to PD and Wetton for 19th. Doug, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if there's any benefit to Noah Carpenter. Here we go again. I wonder if there's any benefit to Noah Carpenter either short pitting or stretching, just to find some sort of advantage, as Jose Gaudino has had an incident, and PD finally starting to get away from Stephen Wetton, setting his sights on Ryan Seams in 18th.
Watching what happened with Jose Gaudino, and he ran into the back of Greg Holes and just lost it all by himself and collected a driver from behind. Trying to see that other driver was. That other driver was Austin Edwards. Austin Edwards got collected in that.
Oh, let's take a look at this. Gaudino goes into that final horseshoe.
I'm sorry, that was James Johnson, my mistake.
Oh, yeah, he goes around. Jim gets him and helps him correct himself a little. Jose tries to find a gap and gets himself going again.
Carson Barrett in for his final stop. They have the exact same schemes. It's tough to tell with the
with the
depth of
NHP
field motion blur. Yeah. And I have depth of field motion blur on my end too, so.
An interesting note, we mentioned it last week, but EHP no longer technically owned by Austin Edwards. He got himself a sugar moment.
Absolutely.
And
well, it's that time. Yeah, go ahead.
I said we know she's watching right now. Good evening, Sugar Mama.
Well, it's that time once again for our full field rundown, brought to you by Alloy Wheel Repair Specialists of the Upstate. No matter where you live, we have a location to repair or paint your alloy rims. From minor cosmetic damage to complete restoration, Alloy Wheel Repair Specialist offers professional and affordable alloy rim repair. We can straighten and refinish wheels with the custom color of your choice. If your rims are beyond repair, we have access to the best quality OEM replacements. For more, check them out online at awrswheelrepair.com. Doug?
Austin Edwards continues to pace the field, but Noah Carpenter starting to set his sights on him. He's closed the gap down by almost a second. Billy Snodgrass in third, trying to hold on and make his way forward. Zach Edwards coming from behind, back up into fourth place now. Tanner Kalin, after the incident a few moments ago, back to fifth place. Luke to Superman Turpin in sixth place, up 9 spots. Alex Krapser holding on in seventh place with Carson Barrett in eighth. Carson having a great run here tonight. Blake Nguyen on his way off pit road in ninth, and Jonathan Bronson's going to come by. He's in 10th. Mason Foster now up to 11th place, making his way up through the field. Jeremy Gilliott currently running in 12th, and Matt Bear in 13th. Not the result we were expecting out of the Mad Bear tonight. Adam Gilliott currently runs in 14th. Jim Johnson now in 15th. Jonathan Schwartz, the luckiest man on track tonight, has avoided everything, and it's happened right in front of him. He is up into 16th now. Matt Pelletier in 17th. Ryan Seams now up into 18th. Stephen Wetton currently running in 19th, and Robert Colgan in 20th.
21st position is currently PDJ Zeller, who's been having not bad of a decent night tonight. Joe Campbell riding in 22nd, but 1.5 seconds behind him is Jose Gardino, who rides in 23rd position. Gerald Poole up 6 spots tonight. He rides in 24th position. Albie Hewins, a rough night for him so far tonight. He's running in 25th. Same going for Greg Holmes in 26th. Also a mighty tough night for Chris Johnson, who wrecked earlier on. He's currently riding in 27th position. Sean Andrews and Brett Meck is currently behind the wall in 28th and 29th. Out of the race in 30th and 31st, Eric Colson and Sean Patrick. John Friley behind the wall in 32nd. Stephen Rex, Travis Sukup, Jeff Edgar out of the race in 33rd through 35th. Don Jordan, Brett Epley also behind the wall, 36th through 37th. 220 laps are complete. Going to be 221 this time by. Edwards still leads by 6 seconds, Doug.
Yeah, he does have that 6-second lead, but it was over 7.5 seconds not that long ago, because Noah Carpenter is running him down right now. And you have to wonder, is Austin pacing himself at this point, or is that all he has got, and has Noah Carpenter started to crank it up here late in the run?
Last time by, it was Noah Carpenter, a 38.31 to an Austin Edwards, 38.45. We'll check the lap time here at the line in just a moment. We've got a battle happening for 22nd, Joe Campbell and Jose Gardino. Let's check the gap, though, at the line first. Austin Edwards goes a 38.25. As for Noah Carpenter, as he crosses the start-finish line, he runs 38.30, actually rather a 38.50. So Edwards gains a lot more time there. So let's go back. Campbell and Gardino, that gap's increased to now a half second. But Campbell's dealing with some traffic here, Doug.
Yeah, Campbell's just been playing it safe most of the night. We've not seen him get in much trouble here, and he just keeps making his way forward.
Oh, Mason Foster has crashed. Once again, Foster running in 14th position. Gets that thing back going, but he did spin it in the second horseshoe and wheel hopped going into the corners.
Oh, he was already out of shape coming out of the bus stop, as you see there. He was loose on the edge, barely got it gathered up. Just a little too hard on the brakes, and everything went awry. Right in front of Noah Carpenter, rather. Great avoidance by Carpenter.
Chris Johnson nearly got him as well. So let's go back to the Campbell-Gardino battle.
Yeah, it's worth noting, Godino, he is quite a good road racer. Surprised he is not much further up this, up the rankings right now, but he has definitely made several comebacks here tonight. He's been around a couple of times and still stuck it out, kept moving forward every time, and he is all over Joe's back bumper.
Just had a change for 20th. PDJ Zeller gets past Robert Colgan for the spot. And now Matt Pelletier putting some pressure on Jose Godino, not what the 20 car wants. And they also got to deal with the 062 of Carson Barrett, currently running in 7th.
Hey, you know what? One of the biggest fan clubs out there is the Seams fan club. Right now, Ryan back up into 17th. Not a road course guy by any stretch of the imagination. He is having a really good showing, looking like he could potentially get a top 15 finish here. And he has had a really good season.
Carson Barrett just went off track in 7th position for just about 4 seconds. He had to check up. He hit Matt Pelletier. Just some early break in that situation, and a checkup situation sent Carson Barrett sideways. So we got Mason Foster off the track once again for about 1.5 seconds as he just got into Chris Johnson once again. And now we got Blake Nguyen off the racetrack for 2.25 seconds. And I think that was a lot like the Chris Johnson situation. Nope, he got loose in the exit of, I think, is that the bus stop? No, that was off the second horseshoe.
You know, here we are in the last 50 laps. Guys know they're only going to have potentially one more stop. So they're going to give it everything they've got, and we're seeing guys just push it to the limit. And that's why we're seeing some of these guys, there was a lot of talk about clipping the corner, cutting the grass a little bit wherever they could, especially late in this one. And I think that's what we're seeing, guys just trying to clip, get everything they can, go as wide as they can on the exit and as tight as they can on entry. And it's biting a few of them.
Yeah, Zach Edwards, Alex Craps are in as they're going to try and go up to 50 laps on field, but that's going to be very tough to do.
Yeah, I don't see how anybody, the longest run we have seen is still out of Noah Carpenter, 42 laps. I don't think anybody can go any further than that. If anybody could, Luke Turpin or Austin Edwards would have already done it.
Same with Noah Carpenter, because Carpenter's gone as high as 41 tonight.
Oh yeah, he is the one that actually made 42 laps. So yeah, Noah Carpenter would have done it by now.
Let's go to Turpin and Barrett. Speaking of which, the battle for 5th position. They got to deal with Joe Campbell in between. You see Barrett just trying to get past the 63 as Campbell lets him go. He knows that's the battle for position.
I think that is Turpin and Bear's a little further back.
Here goes Barrett.
Oh, Barrett.
As Turpin lets him go by, of course, Barrett with a much fresher tires, 215 to 187. We just had Zach Edwards and John Schwartz go off track. Not sure if it was together. I'm going to take a look here. It was together. Schwartz got loose off of one. He hooked Zach Edwards, and they got style. Wow! You got to see that save, Doug.
Look at this. Here they go out of the horseshoe. Oh, man. Zach did an awesome job saving that car. Out of shape, on the grass, still manages to keep the car rolling straight and keeps the position.
Absolutely. Well, the window opens up for final stop shortly, and when we come back, we are taking you to the finish. So stay with us as Austin Edwards leads Noah Carpenter, Billy Snodgrass, Tanner Kalin, and Carson Barrett.
This is my good friend who had cancer when we were really little, and he was able to beat it through early detection, and now he just recently graduated from Santa Clara.
This picture's really funny. My dad was diagnosed with cancer my freshman year of high school. Thanks to early detection, he now gets to see me graduate from college.
"8 years ago, my mom was diagnosed with cancer, but thanks to early detection, I'll get to spend this Christmas with her."
My dad was diagnosed with cancer when I was 10, and he passed away soon after. Maybe if we had early detection, he would have been able to be there to walk me down the aisle.
Early detection saves lives.
"235 laps are complete here at Texas Motor Speedway. Takes you to the finish as the window is open for the final stops. I don't see anyone coming in yet, but the first driver I think is able to go the distance is Luke Turpin. He pitted on lap 230. He's currently running in 11th. It's going to be tough for him to go the distance, especially for the fact that he's currently scored 3 laps down.
Yeah, I think at this point, no strategy change is going to play out. You're going to have to work with what you got. Some of these guys have planned this out perfectly, and there's some that are just riding along, trying to hold on and get whatever they can here. But there's a lot of guys that were stopping at pretty much the same point about every 35 laps. We could see some epic battles coming here to the end. And for guys like Noah Carpenter, as Austin Edwards hits pit road.
Final stop underway for Austin Edwards, and we'll try to go the distance. And we'll try and get fresher tires in this situation than Noah Carpenter. So when does Noah Carpenter come in? He is working 30 laps on his pit stop, and it's come down to those two to battle for this race win, Doug.
Yeah,
I think you'd expect him probably around lap 250 or so. And that would give Carpenter the advantage on fresher tires.
Yeah, it would give him the advantage, but I think it would be too little too late. Austin would have taken to the lead, and once Austin is up there, he's going to be able to defend and make up some ground. So I think Noah's really got to think about coming in the next 2 or 3 laps, put himself a little bit fresher tires than Austin, but kind of on the same strategy. That's the biggest way he could get an advantage right now, is just getting a little bit closer. If he stretches it out too far at the amount of time they're losing right now on a set of tires, I don't think it benefits him at all.
Well, we will see what happens, and Edwards is out and has to deal with Tanner Kalin for second. And Kaitlyn, no surprise, lets him go by. Let's go to 6th spot. Billy Snodgrass, Jonathan Bronson. And Snodgrass has the better tires. He actually just passed Bronson a couple of moments ago.
And a little bit of smoke, I think that might have been from Blake Nguyen as they come through that final horseshoe. Blake holding on to 5th, and he's got these 2 guys breathing down his neck now. He's got to be a little bit worried. But Blake, we've talked about it all night. That young man, not a road course driver. currently runs in 5th. A great job.
Absolutely. That's going to be an impressive run for Blake Nguyen and something that Jeff Edgar will absolutely be pleased about tonight for sure.
Although it'd be worth noting, I think Blake Nguyen, if I had to guess, is probably in the mid-20s on incident points.
I can tell you right now, Blake Nguyen is currently at 31. So you were close, though.
I'm pretty good at this.
Yeah.
Mark, yes, it has been an ongoing issue over the last week. We've been working with the software company, with the internet provider, everybody in the world, and just trying to get through to the end of this, and our apologies for the little bit of stuttering. As Mason Foster has gone off, Gerald Poole also crashed. Let's see what happened to Thanos first. They're in the red and white car. He goes down into the turn. I believe that's Matt Barrett looks underneath. And it looks like Gerald just, again, slams the brakes getting to pit road. Let's see what happened to Mason.
Yeah, Blake Nguyen got into the back of him, and I think that was turn 1, and that sent him sideways.
Is Blake really... Mason trying to get underneath Ryan Seams there. Blake just has so much more speed mid-turn and nothing he can do.
Tough break there for sure. Billy Snodgrass now on Blake Nguyen for 5th position, so Billy was able to take big advantage of what just happened there.
He definitely was. But, you know, we've talked about it all season. Last season, Blake Nguyen... Oh, as Billy makes a power move there. They get side by side through the chicane. Billy Snodgrass pulls up into 5th. We talked about it throughout the season. Last season, Blake Nguyen, very reserved, very cautious, very patient. This season, we're seeing a newer, more aggressive Blake Nguyen.
Absolutely, and personally, I love to see it there. Love seeing what Blake Nguyen has done. I know a lot of people hate it on the track, but off the track, I think it's so cool to see.
Noah Carpenter has the lead. He has not made his final stop yet. He has a 1-lap lead on Austin Edwards, but he has to stop. And you know what? I think you're right, Marty. At least it looks like his strategy is to stretch the fuel out to the last possible moment. We might see a fuel-only stop. If Noah Carpenter pulls a full fuel-only stop here, man, he might have snookered him.
Oh, I would not be surprised to see that. Of course, Edwards on pit road had a 59-second time in the lane, 43 seconds in his stall. So I would not be surprised if we did see Noah go for fuel only. That would be a bold move for sure.
It'd be a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off. Austin Edwards right now on those fresher tires, half a second a lap faster than Noah Carpenter. But he is a lap down, and with 30 laps to go, and he's roughly 50 seconds behind, yeah, he would need a few more laps to get it done. I don't know that if it's a fuel-only stop and Noah Carpenter gets out of that quickly enough, I think it might be Noah's race to lose here.
We'll just have to see if he pulls that strategy. Currently 1 lap up on Austin Edwards. Edwards going through the final set of S's as Carpenter is just about going through turn number 1, I believe he was. Tanner Kalin's in for his final stop. He was running in 3rd at the time.
Yeah, seeing all the final pit stops happening here. And as Austin goes by Billy Snodgrass, Billy has done a great job. We thought, a lot of drivers thought he was going to be up here in the battle for the win, but still a top 5 finish so far in this race is going to be a really good finish. And only like his 2nd or 3rd start. So Billy the Kid doing a great job here at Texas Road.
Absolutely.
Hey, wait a minute.
I mean, I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a house on the track anywhere? Because it could be
why?
Texas
Why
Road House.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to go there anyway. Because and it doesn't have to do with the wall situation, because I'm allergic to peanuts.
Weirdo.
No, really, it's true.
Oh, I know. It's just every time I hear somebody is allergic to peanuts, it's I just can't imagine what life would be like without peanut butter. I honestly
It's-
don't. I don't like peanuts, but I love peanut butter.
And I mean, it sucks though, because I hear Texas Roadhouse is very, very good.
I'm surprised they don't have a peanut-free section that you go in through a different door. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
It would be. I am full of good ideas because with age comes wisdom.
Pelletier and Jimmy Johnson for 16th. Hold that thought. Carpenter in for his final stop. We will watch.
All right, Noah headed toward his pit box, and now we're going to see, does he do fuel only here? Try and get a bet. Here we go. He hits his stall. I'm not seeing the jack. Nope, right sides are up. He is getting tires.
But could it be 2 tires maybe?
If he did, I would think you would do left sides only. This is a primarily right-hand turn. No, all 4 tires.
Of fuel.
So now
And
Austin...
Go ahead, Doug.
I'm watching Austin as he comes through, and it looks like he is going to come through the final turn. Will we see?
I think he'll have the lead. Oh,
Here
Carpenter's
comes
out.
Noah Carpenter.
Here we go. Here we go. This could get interesting. Edwards is there. They nearly touch. Edwards goes to the lead. Carpenter has 11 laps of fresher tires. It'll take him time, though, to get them warmed up, though, Doug.
I think we're about to see one heck of a battle between these two. It'll take, like you said, about a lap or so to get the full heat into those tires. Then Carpenter's going to have the fresher set with more grip, and I don't think he's waiting for those tires to get warm and get their grip based on what I'm seeing here. Way he came through that bus stop, man. He is not waiting. He's going to stay right with Austin, and I think we're about to see one heck of an epic battle.
Absolutely. Again, 0.6 of a second separated. Carpenter starts to close in. We'll take a look at the lap time this time by and also look at this lap. But he is right on the spoiler of Austin Edwards. If Noah Carpenter can win this race tonight, I'll have to double check it. But I want to say this would be his first ever win in XCAL racing.
I do believe you're correct. As he looked into that final horseshoe, he looked inside on Austin. Couldn't get there yet. Remember the battles we saw earlier between these two. Noah got into the corner better. Austin got off the corner better. They alternated into the track, and who was where? Here we go again. Noah dive bombs it down to the bottom. Out breaks Austin. Austin cuts low, and Noah blocks him.
Had his best lap of the race at the 37.61 by 0.4 of a second. Noah Carpenter takes the race lead away, looking for his first career XCAL racing victory. He is currently 25 laps away from getting it done, but Austin Edwards is trying to fight it back.
Oh, Austin right to the bumper, backs out, doesn't hit him, but man, they are not giving each other any space whatsoever here. And we saw this play out earlier. I'm willing to bet Austin just stays in his tire tracks and lets him try and wear his stuff out. Austin's going to save the car as much as possible and maybe wait till the last 5 laps. They've still got 24 laps to go. It's going to be a few minutes.
This is only the 3rd start this season for Noah Carpenter. His best finish is 12th. That finish took place at North Wilkesboro Speedway. In his XCAL racing career, that's I believe that is his best finish. No, his best finish in XCAL racing was a 6th that took place at Southern National Motorsport Park. If he wins, it would be his first top 5, but more importantly, his first career win in XCAL racing. Can he do it, and will he do it?
That is a good question, and man, I'm thinking about 23 laps. It's going to come down to, here's the lap traffic. Austin knows that lap traffic is up there, and as long as Noah Carpenter gets to it at the right time, Austin can use those lap cars to just slow Noah down. He can save a little bit of the car. But there is still the lap traffic to navigate, and that's going to be a concern for both of them. Blake Nguyen now on pit road from 3rd place.
So Blake Nguyen makes his final stop. We'll take a look at that. For Carpenter, the gap is up to 0.7 of a second.
Zach Edwards now up into 3rd place with Billy Snodgrass in 4th, gaining on him. Tanner Kalin now up in 5th. heavy lap traffic as Austin trying to get past Ryan Seams. It was almost like Ryan was sitting down there. I don't know if he didn't see Austin coming. But now there is a couple of cars between Austin and Noah Carpenter.
Let's go to Luke Turpin, Jonathan Bronson. That's for 9th. That's a good battle. We're watching very closely. Turpin loose in the exit of the bus stop. Into the second horseshoe. Turpin still has the advantage. This is some good racing, especially Bronson with 9 laps of fresher tires.
Noah Carpenter just had an off track. I'm willing to bet he was just clipping the grasses. Here we go. Turpin and oh!
Man, good clear from Bronson to take away P9.
Man, what a battle these two are having, in addition to the battle for the lead right now. Noah Carpenter, here we go! Oh, Noah came across Austin's nose!
Wow, Carpenter goes around. And that could cost Noah the win. He's not going to be happy at all. Let's watch that once again. And Carpenter was lagging as well.
It just looks like Carpenter tried to move for the block a little too late. Let's try and get a look at it from the blimp. Or maybe the chopper.
And I was just watching from the cockpit cam. Carpenter kept his wheel straight. They just got together. I think you just looked at that as hard racing. That's really tough to tell. Nope, Carpenter went for the block.
Yeah,
wow.
Carpenter had those lap cars ahead. He had to do something there. He was going to lose that lead if he didn't make a move. It was just the wrong move at the wrong time, and that is heartbreaking. Noah Carpenter's still going to pull off a second place finish here if he can keep the car clean, but man, what a heartbreak. I think Noah had this one in the bag before that.
But it's going to be interesting, though. He still has fresher tires. But how much did he lose on the tire wear is the real question. Gap is now 9 seconds. And there are under 20 laps to go. Last time by, he was a half second faster. At this rate, it would take him 18 laps. So he's got to be perfect here in these final few laps. He's got to be averaging this rate if he wants to have a chance at getting the win, but once again, Doug, that's going to be very tough.
It is, but man, he's still got to be happy. His first top 5, his best finish in XCAL, and he has led a lot of this race. I hope we see Noah back a lot more, especially after what we've seen out of that young man tonight. He is doing an amazing job out there on track, and you know that was not something that either one of those drivers, you saw how respectful they had been. Throughout the entire race, they were door to door, nose to tail, and never got into each other. I know Austin didn't want that. Noah definitely didn't want that. Yeah, it's a bit heartbreaking for Noah, but man, he has still done an amazing job today.
We just saw both. I just saw as well both Chris Johnson and Zach Edwards go around off the racetrack. So let's take a look at the lap times this time. Carpenter 0.2 of a second faster, so that'd be averaging 0.3 a lap. That's going to be very tough. Carpenter's going to have to hope Austin Edwards gets in some heavy lap traffic. That's John Schwartz that's in the way, but he has to let Austin Edwards go by. The only drivers that Austin Edwards would not want to get into a fight with is Billy Snodgrass and Tanner Kalin, but they would have to get out of the way because they are currently 1 lap down. Austin and Noah are the only drivers on the lead lap.
And you know, it is worth mentioning, per XCAL rules, it's unlikely we're going to see a caution here towards the end of this race. But if a caution comes out with less than 10 to go, there will be no wave around. So if the caution were to come out now, it would trap everybody, or after 10 to go, it'd trap everybody but Austin and Noah a lap down. And with 5 to go, regardless of what happens, there will be no caution.
Absolutely. So last time by, Carpenter 0.3 of a second better. We'll check the gap this time here. It's down to 7.2 seconds. So Carpenter still has the better tires, even with the spin. Still has a lot of work to do, though. Last time by, Carpenter was 0.2 slower. Now, you can't That may cost him the win right there with that lap.
Taking a look at comparing the lap times the last few times, you see how much faster Carpenter was, except for this last time by. Carpenter really going to have to crank it up here to make something happen. Austin, unfortunately for Carpenter, Austin is just navigating lap traffic really, really well here. The only thing that could happen is if Noah can get through this traffic substantially better. That time by, Noah was over a second faster than Austin Edwards.
That's huge. Absolutely huge. I think Austin had to deal with some lap traffic. I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, he did. He had Jonathan Schwartz in that group, and now he is running up on Jim Johnson, who will move for his car owner, and Blake Nguyen.
Now that may put Carpenter back in the fight, but he's got to deal with Blake Nguyen, who's got 4 laps of fresher tires. That's not what Noah wants to deal with at all.
Let's see if he does a second faster this time.
Nope, 3/10 off.
Oh. I really thought we were going to see one of the most epic road race battles we have ever seen here tonight, coming to the finish of this one.
Me too. My heart breaks for Noah, man. Looking for his first career XCAL win.
And Mark, it is our pleasure, man. It has been an epic race, and the replay on YouTube and everything later will be a lot smoother. Our apologies for the technical difficulties.
Epic race for third, though. Tanner Kalin, Billy Snodgrass. There's a bumper to Billy. Kalin wants that third spot.
You know what? Both of these guys are really new to XCAL competition. Both of them trying to make a name for themselves here tonight, and I would have to say, regardless of where these two finished, they did the job.
Carpenter 1 second faster than Austin Edwards. We go back to third. Snodgrass and Kalin, Poole and Johnson, both off track, and they did get together as, yeah, Thanos just dumped Johnson there in turn number 1, but no caution, obviously. We stay green. Kalin inside on Snodgrass. They touch in the second horseshoe, and Kalin takes third.
Let's take a look at Gerald and Jim, because that comes as quite a surprise. Jim, oh! I wonder what the heck happened there. Did Gerald just miss his braking point or not? I have no earthly idea, but I have to say, I know those two have been friends for a long time. So I seriously doubt that was intentional. That had to have been a huge mistake on Thanos' part.
5.4 seconds the gap between Edwards and Carpenter. Last time by, though, for Austin, he was faster by 0.2 of a second. This time, Noah faster by 0.4 of a second. Back and forth they go. The gap down to 0.4 to 5.2 seconds, and we got Tanner blinking.
Noah
and Snodgrass, I was wondering, went off track, by the way, for a couple of seconds.
No.
And he got turned off of Kalin. He got turned off for Kalin in the battle for third. Watch this once again here, dog. It was just hard racing in the second horseshoe.
Oh, they just get together a couple of times. And, wow. Billy ends up going around. He's going to hold on to a top 5 finish, but man, what excitement coming down to the end of this one. Meanwhile, Noah Carpenter still trying to reel him in. The gap still 5.3 seconds, and I'm beginning to think Noah Carpenter's tires may have leveled out here.
We may have tempers flaring amongst the top 5. Who knows? That's going to be crazy to talk with the drivers post-race and see what happens. But we got under 10 laps to go for Austin Edwards. This time by, it's 7 left.
Austin stuck in a lot of lap traffic, and Noah, not a lot of teammates up ahead of him to give him a hand here. It's going to be difficult, but the gap the last 2 laps has not changed, holding about 5.3 seconds. He's not making up a lot of ground, and he's got, I believe, Matt Bear directly ahead. He's going to have a hard time getting past the Mad Bear.
Crapster against Turpin, battle for 9th. Crapster gets past. He's got fresher tires by about 24 laps.
Pelletier had a moment, went off track a moment ago. Looking forward to getting He got back on track quickly.
Almost got Austin Edwards. Carpenter fast by 2/10 last lap on Austin Edwards. Gap is leveled at 5 seconds. And may have been neutralized now.
Austin comes around. He will get 5 to go. There will be no cautions. I say that as they have not hit the start-finish line. Something could go crazy here. But as they run right now, here comes Austin Edwards towards it. He crosses the start-finish line. 5 laps to go. No cautions. Aaron just told him green, green, green.
Absolutely. 5 laps to go for Austin Edwards. It'll be win number 9 on the season and another extension of the points lead for the driver of the EHP, JR Button Boxes number 18.
Mason Foster has crashed.
Off track for 7 seconds. I'm going to take a look at this here. Was there contact off Johnson? There was.
Going down into that first turn. Just gets in deeper than Jim, and they get together. And that is worth noting. That is a JNS and EHP in the first half of the race. These guys, both teams gave each other a very wide berth. Have been very respectful, but we've talked about the tempers and late in the race, and these two teams getting together, that does not bode well for the future.
Absolutely. Watch Turpin and Crapser. Oh, Crapser in the grass in this battle for 9th. This is hard racing at its finest, folks. And there are only 3 laps of racing to go here. Ooh, Turpin loose. Opens the door for Crapser down to the inside.
Into the bus stop, and Crapser sends it in deep. Turpin backs out a little bit. They continue to battle for that top 10 spot. Crapser down. Oh! Was that Crapser locking it? It was. Crapser locks him up a little bit on corner entry, and now Turpin's got the run.
That got close there, and Crapser still holding off Luke Turpin for 9th position. 2 laps to go this time by for Austin Edwards. The gap has increased to 5.5 seconds.
And right behind Jose Gadino, Austin just needs to keep his pace steady. He doesn't even at this point need to pass any of these lap cars. Just needs to give himself some breathing room between everybody.
Absolutely.
He's not going to, as we're saying now, but...
Going through the second horseshoe this time by. Final lap will be underway for Austin Edwards. It'll be win number 9 on the season. And another big statement to why he should be the XCAL Racing Champion for 2022. Just got to take it easy here through this set of corners. Gap, though, all the way down to 3.8 seconds. Edwards, though, being patient. Chris Johnson has crashed. No issue for Austin Edwards. Goes through the bus stop for the final time and into the second horseshoe.
He's just letting people by right now. Oh, that was... Holy cow, the 95 almost pushed out into the leader as Austin was just letting people by. But here we go through the final turns.
Austin Edwards takes it here at Texas Motor Speedway. It is drift time at the Lone Star State.
Noah Carpenter pulls off that second place finish. And what a run he had tonight.
Absolutely. That'll be his best finish in XCAL Racing. Tanner Kalin with a 3rd place finish. Also his best finish in XCAL. What a debut for Carson Barrett. He'll come across the line to finish in 4th. Billy Snodgrass finishing the top 5. And some interesting conversations post-race coming up here, dog.
Definitely will be. I'm looking forward to hearing Noah and Austin's take on how that incident happened. But, man, you got to give it to Noah. He really fought back. He made up a ton of time. And it looks like Austin is setting up for the drift here.
Either that or he's going to do some donuts here.
All right, looks like his team may line up. And Noah Carpenter pulling up. Showing a little bit of respect here. The top 3 getting situated.
Zach Edwards giving some congratulations. But a great race tonight here, Doug, at Texas Motor Speedway. Whew, that was some fun, hard racing tonight, though.
It was. And a lot of great battles out there.
Absolutely. You love it for Austin, but you hate it for Noah.
Noah definitely did an amazing, amazing job here tonight. Congratulations to him.
Absolutely. And you know what? We're going to hold up. We're going to wait on Tanner. And let's just talk with Noah Carpenter to hear what happened before we go to Tanner. Noah, that's got to be gut-wrenching, man. Just walk us through your perspective on the spin with Austin Edwards.
Yeah, it really sucks being that close to my first ever XCAL win. Couldn't thank Joe and everyone at JNS enough for giving me this opportunity. Zach for helping with setups, and then all my teammates for helping me this week.
Was it just a bad block, or did Austin just hook you there?
I don't really know. I'd have to look at the replay.
All right. Well, we thank you for your time, man. You put on one heck of a run tonight.
Thank you.
That's Noah Carpenter, your second place finish here. Still waiting on Tanner Kalin to come on in. And we've got Tanner on in here. Tanner Kalin with his best career XCAL racing finish. Tanner, you got to be hyped up from that, that's for sure.
Well, I'm sweating because there's no AC out here, so.
I want to ask you about what happened there with Billy. Just talk about what happened.
Oh, we were racing hard. I got by him clean, and then he decided he didn't like it and tried to dive bomb me and spin me, so I paid him back the favor.
That's Texas for you, baby. I know you're hyped from it for sure, man. I know you're gonna take this one. But what do you have to say to Robert Colgan, because you had 170x tonight? You're not getting any money from this, dude.
Oh, I didn't plan on it. The plan was to be aggressive and take all the X's I could. I told Jeff prior that I'll pay him back if it goes a little overboard.
Okay, I got you. Well, who do you want to give shout-outs to on the run?
Jeff and the entire Fast Lane Motorsports for letting me run, and XCAL, Aaron and Petey, and you, Marty, and Doug for broadcasting.
All right, well, we'll let you go, man. Congratulations, your best finish tonight.
All right, thanks, Marty.
Tanner Kalin with a third-place finish. Now it is time to go to Fuel Factor X Victory Lane, presented by KMU Trucking and Excavating. 9th win of the year for Austin Edwards. He does it once again. But Austin, I guess I'll begin with this. Take us through the situation with you and Noah battling for the race lead and hooking the quarter panel.
You know, it's really unfortunate, Marty. I'll be straightforward with you. Noah was the faster car all day. He saved more fuel. He saved more tire. And he had probably a gallon or two better than me overall. And all he really had to do was get around me and drive away from me there. So I got into it with, I think it was Chris up there on the first turn. He got him a little sideways and I'm spinning him around. So I saw an opportunity. I figured if I could at least slow him down, I might have a fighting chance if I could even make it on fuel. And obviously the bus stop doesn't have a lot of space there, so I had a little bit of contact through there. Felt like I kind of got forced off track, but it was a 1X, wasn't a big deal. So we were all sideways, got it all gathered back together, and then he still was a little sideways through the couple of S's coming to the start-finish line, and got to his right side, and I don't know, I don't feel like I hit him. There could have been a netco situation, but in my view, it looked like he came down to the right, so I'm going to have to watch the replay and obviously give an apology, because that's not the way you want to win a race, but it's that's how it went down.
Austin,
How were you?
I
Yeah, go
wanted
ahead.
to ask, we saw you guys up until that point. You guys raced, I mean, extremely close, side by side, nose to tail, and never touched throughout the whole race. There's obviously a ton of respect there, and I know that wasn't an intentional thing, but man, how did it feel knowing this rookie comes in here and can race you that well, that clean, and that good?
Oh, well, I was excited at first, Doug. I mean, I expected people like Turpin and Edwards, Zach, and Snodgrass to be up there in the end, but it seemed like nobody got the fuel strategy figured out. So felt like I was in a good spot, and I saw Noah right there, right in front of me for most of the race, and I thought me and him were going to have a good battle, and we did for a while, but then all of a sudden I start pitting, and it takes him, 4 or 5 laps longer to go to the pit lane, so I knew he had me beat there on a landslide, so I tried to get a gap there towards the end so I could offset that, and I don't know. I guess things just went down the wrong way. I hate it. It's really, really impressive by Carpenter. I hope next time we can have some more battles like we did towards the beginning of the race, because I really hate to win a race like that, but that's just how it went down.
Well, Austin, next week we've got Rockingham. Just give us the outlook coming on in.
Yeah, you know, Marty, we were really fast at Rockingham earlier this year. Obviously, we had a few more cars than we do now, along with Edmund Jones's old cars around with us. So we had some great speed out there. Obviously, there's some real fast guys on the big tracks like Bergeron, Rondoletto, Turpin and Barrett fast around there. All the J&S guys, of course. So it's just going to be rough. Obviously, there's been a new tire model update since then, so we're going to do some work on it. We've got a good baseline already. Been doing some testing ahead, make sure we got this championship locked up. But I think we got a fighting chance. We're just going to have to hopefully keep it a little cleaner than we did today, unfortunately.
Who do you want to give shout-outs to?
Well, as always, a big shout out to JR Button Boxes, JR Graphics, keeping me some buttons to push and a good-looking car here. Big thank you to my teammates, Chris and Jim. Obviously not my cars, but I still consider them teammates, and they look like me anyways, so I call them teammates. Big thanks to them. Real good teamwork by them. Big thanks to the guys at XCAL putting on the show, and a big thank you to all the competitors that are not going to yell at me after that race, which might be a very short list.
Hey, don't forget your sugar mama.
I'll tab 4 on that.
I'm not letting that one go, by the way.
Well, we'll let you go, man. Congratulations on this one, Austin.
Thank you, guys.
Austin Edwards takes win number 9 on the season as he celebrates in Fuel Factor X Victory Lane, presented by KMU Trucking and Excavating. Well, let's give you your official results here from tonight in what was another great XCAL race, a fantastic XCAL race here at Texas Road Course tonight. Austin Edwards takes the win by 1.6 seconds on Noah Carpenter. Tanner Kalin 3rd, Carson Barrett 4th, Billy Snodgrass 5th, Blake Wynn 6th, Zach Edwards 7th, Jonathan Bronson 8th, Alex Crapser 9th, and Luke Turpin 10th. Matt Bear 11th, Jeremy and Adam Gilliat 12th and 13th, Mason Foster 14th, John Schwartz 15th, James Johnson 16th, Matt Pelletier 17th, Stephen Wetton 18th, PDJ Zeller 19th, and Jose Gaudino 20th. Doug?
21st goes to Robert Colgan. Joe Campbell comes home at 22nd. Ryan Seams holds on for 23rd. Thanos comes forward to 24th. Albie Hewins makes a comeback to 25th. Greg Holson 26th. Chris Johnson, after that hard lick early on, finishes in 27th. Great comeback for him. Sean Andrews in 28th. Brent Meckus in 29th. Derek Colson 30th. Sean Patrick 31st. John Friley 32nd. Stephen Rex, Travis Sukup, Jeff Edgar, Don Jordan, and Brad Eblay rounding out the field.
22 lead changes in this race. Average lap time 39.866. Doug, remember to text Aaron for the demo derby. Here were the drivers that led laps today. Leading laps, Austin Edwards 102, Noah Carpenter 102, Tanner Kalin 28, Billy Snodgrass 43. Those were the only leaders in this race. Austin Edwards will get credit for leading the most laps because he had the higher position. So 185 points for him. Billy Snodgrass gets the fastest lap in the feature, 37.533. So he will get a total of 10 bonus points, giving him 165 points for tonight. Of course, more bonus points for Austin Edwards for getting the pole position. He gets maximum 190 points. And your hard charger in the race goes to John Schwartz, up 22 positions from 37th to 15th. So that'll do it here for tonight's event here at Texas Motor Speedway. And Doug, next week we head off to Rockingham Speedway. It's like open wheel racing, but on a short track, kind of.
Yeah, it's always a great showing when XCAL goes to Rockingham, and it is not surprising when about 5 laps into a run, there's 3 wide through 1 and 2, 3 wide through 3 and 4, 4 wide on the front straightaway. It gets a little bit crazy. Places you can't fit 3 or 4 cup cars, you'll put 3 or 4 street stocks, and it makes for some awesome racing. So looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. So we will sign off here for tonight. On behalf of everyone at XCAL Racing, all the drivers and sponsors and admins, our president, Aaron Hillebush, our vice president, PDJ Zeller, And now behind for my broadcast partner tonight, Doug Burns from How to Suck at iRacing, I'm Marty Sakala. Congratulations to Austin Edwards as he takes win number 9 of the season in the XCAL Racing Web Shop 240. So long, everyone.
Are you ready to chase the moonlight? Community-based and talent-driven, Moonlight Speed Concepts has what you need to take your iRacing experience to the next level. Founded by passionate owners that care about the community and housing some of the top setup builders and drivers on the platform, Moonlight Speed Concepts offers custom paints, driver coaching, and setups for dirt, asphalt short track racing, and e-NASCAR competition. Partnered with top brands in both real world and simulation. Follow us on Facebook or visit moonlightspeed.com and find out why these businesses chase the moonlight and why you should too. Moonlight Speed Concept, where all we chase is moonlight.